And we are live. Hello, hello, hello. It's Sunday. It's Some Other Heroes Day. Hi, my name is Chris. I go by he. I use he, him. I am your DM, and I have the wonderful pleasure of hosting this wonderful show and writing all the weird and wonderful things that these people chaotically engage with week after week. Before we jump into things, I'm going to get my wonderful players here to introduce themselves, and then there's a couple of things I want to sort of talk about before we get going. So we will start. Who did I start with last week? Does anyone remember?
No.
It was me.
It was you. Okay.
Oh yeah.
No. I think
You didn't.
Oh no, that was.
And
that
then
was,
Wayne started with me
Yeah.
on the outro for Wild Beyond the Witchlight also. So it's definitely not my turn.
It's not your turn. No, we're going to start with Charlie today.
Cool. Hi, I'm Charlie. I use she, her pronouns. I am an illustrator and a lecturer, and I occasionally write stuff, and I draw lots of weird creatures and weird stories. And I play Aisling, who is also using she, her, and she is a chaotic Essex satyr. Essex is not some sort of weird sub-race, it's just what she is.
No, it's a lineage of Satan.
I mean, it's a pretty weird sub-race, to be fair.
Awesome. Wayne, would you like to go next?
Sure. Hi, I am Wayne. I use he, him, and I am an art director and branding coach, and I shall be playing the terribly boring and usually lost for words dragonborn called Rock.
We're playing this one again, huh?
He's pretending, isn't he?
I'm not pretending.
Cool, thank you so much for that. And last but never least, our wonderful Theo.
Hello, I am Theo. I'm an illustrator and I use they, them pronouns. And I will be playing the awkward yet lovable wizard half-elf Eugene.
Brilliant. Warlock Pact of Sambuca is probably perfect for Aisling, I feel.
Sambuca or like corner shop vodka.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Before we jump in, there's a few little tiny pieces of admin I want to get through for today. First of all, available to people who are subscribed to us, you wonderful, wonderful people, we have our first 2 emoji. If you open up the emoji in chat, you will see under Some Other Heroes our wonderful Aisling and our wonderful Eugene. Rock is on his way, but Twitch are just making us wait for him.
Rock is late. He had to try on some outfits.
Rock is fashionably late, as always. So yeah, please, if you are signed up. Unfortunately, we can't give them to everyone for free because Twitch doesn't allow that. But if you are subscribed, you can play with those, and please do, because they're amazing. And we have Theo to thank for the amazing work they did on these. They are so cute.
Oh, look
Oh my God.
Eugene with little wings!
Hopefully that's not foreshadowing.
No, that is
I know.
Oh.
I did have a moment of like,
could
please
do
don't
with
do
wings,
that. He looks
though.
like an angel.
You could do with some bloody wings.
Yeah, I did not take flight. Sorry, everyone.
That's fair enough.
Oh my God.
Nikki, that is amazing.
Yes!
Ashling's a snake.
We have caused chaos. It's amazing.
Oh my goodness.
Next
Octa Aisling, I love it.
So some announcements. Next week we are dark all week. There are a few people out doing different bits and pieces, and I am taking a week off. I'm going to put my feet up and think about what I've done.
Well deserved. Work your butt off on this.
He's really not. He's going to spend the whole time writing more stuff for it.
Yeah, totally. I'm going to spend the whole time waiting. But just to catch up and kind of get ready for the next chapter of this story with these wonderful people. Wild Beyond the Witchlight will be back as normal on the 29th of March. That's going forward as planned. But just so you know, there is no Some Other Heroes next Sunday. We will be back, of course, in April, but we're only back for 3 weeks. Again, just a couple of things going on, but that's okay because those 3 weeks will be absolutely crammed with some wonderful events rolling out of today's episode.
Yeah, don't worry, Mum.
And then in May, these 3 wonderful people are all travelling and doing absolutely amazing things away, unfortunately. So I've only got each of them for about 2 or 3 weeks during May. So rather than try and balance everything else, we are going to do a 4-week mini story, mini adventure with some guests who I will announce probably in April sometime soon, but just get yourself ready because we're going to do a 4-part adventure and doing something very different but a lot of fun. Should be very cool. I'm very excited. And these 3 will be there and they'll be with us. They're not going anywhere. I'm not getting rid of them. I love them to pieces, but they will
Good luck.
Yeah, just try.
I love that Chris says, I'm not getting rid of them, as if he has a choice.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
if they don't keep my soul in a shoebox and they haven't told me where.
You don't need that information.
So yeah, keep your eye out on our social media during April. We'll be updating you with who will be joining us and what we'll be up to, and it should be a lot of fun. I'm very excited. It should be very good. Right. I suppose we ought to get on with this episode, really, before we can get to all that.
Yeah.
Ooh, so, what happened last week? So, in our previous episode, our wonderful trio of adventurers were beginning to enjoy the fact that they had a magic mansion of their own and started sort of enjoying being back in Cloud's Cairn, catching up with some of their friends and just relaxing a little bit. Eugene and Aisling had a pretty important heart-to-heart about the ever-present Alabaster, the patron who lends Aisling her powers. Eugene expressed some concern that perhaps it wasn't quite as above board as Aisling had first hoped. But Aisling, being Aisling, mostly brushed it off with some minor concern. Alabaster,
That's a problem for future Aisling.
It is, yes. Aisling, of course, had a conversation with Alabaster about this, who, again, just kind of was honest, like could be, but left a few things just out of reach that kind of made her question some things. Turn up a little bit. Whilst that was going, Rock was busy running around the mansion preparing a surprise for his friends, which ended up being a absolutely fantastic buffet meal with shenanigans and humour and fun and a sleepover to try and lighten the mood and get everybody back to where they need to be. A few days later, actually we'll jump forward a week. Eugene went home to see his family, and our friends, his friends, went down to the docks to kind of pick him up. And on the way back to their mansion, they were attacked by a demonic entity that Aisling had encountered before, summoning forth strange creatures called Miragon, who had taken a contract on Aisling's life to get back the puzzle box that she keeps in her possession. A very hard-fought battle in a back alley, which saw Aisling fall and Rock take quite some injuries as well. Battered and bruised, nonetheless, they were victorious, driving the demons away. Returning to their mansion, their new assistant, the amazingly patient and wonderful Bordius, went off to provide some cleaning fluids to try and get them all sorted out, and a letter from the mayor's office was sitting waiting for them, inviting them to a grand ball, partially in their honour and partially to welcome the residents of the newly named island of Parshkik, once known as the town of Vesherin. And actually, that is roughly where we'll pick up today. So you're standing around, I think you're probably in one of the antechambers, one of the city rooms at the moment. Aisling is kind of patching up, and I think Bordius has come back with the with what he needs in terms of bandages and some iodine and some hot water and stuff, and is helping you kind of patch yourself up. So you can all take a short rest to start with before you do anything else. Is there anything that you... And Rock is standing, probably leaning on a mantle, as Rock is wont to do, with the very official-looking letter in his hand, looking a little... Probably very pleased with himself.
Well, yes, right. So, okay, so we'll get some outfits sorted. Don't worry about it. I will make sure you look fantastic. I still can't believe you've never done formal. This is ridiculous. I mean, what kind of lives have you lived? Anyway, right. So we'll sort that out, and we must reply as well. We must send our reply immediately. So I will reply that we are attending. Yes. Good. Okay. Good. Right. Now. Once you've finished bleeding all over, Aisling, and sorted yourself out...
I'm trying not to.
Yeah,
I want to keep it in.
A wise approach. We should probably think about maybe popping to the shop that we were told about, and maybe have a look at what they have. I hear they have some magical bits and pieces, so perhaps we should have a look.
Yeah.
Yes?
Sounds good to me.
Totally. I'm almost done. Well, I'm almost done, right? I'm healed. I'm ready. Can we go?
Bordeaux kind of like pulls the last few bandages. Make sure you're rolling any hit dice that you think you need to do for that. It kind of pulls the last few bandages. I mean, madam, I'm not going to question your choices, but are you certain you don't want to have a sit down or a sleep at least?
I mean, I can do that later, right?
Okay.
I'll do that later. I'll get a coffee. I'll be all right.
Yes. I mean, coffee, it's known to stop bleeding. We're fine. Let's go.
Yeah, nothing like speeding up your heart to stop bleeding.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
Excellent. So the three of you kind of get up. Bordeaux kind of starts clearing a few of the things away. Will you need food or anything later, or are you going to eat out? Just let us know if there's anything you need us to get in.
Anything?
Anything. I mean, actually, if I might make a suggestion, Kath is one of the most amazing cooks I've ever met, which is very strange for someone who doesn't have the ability to taste. I would try her stew. It sounds very simple, but it actually is something very special about it.
Well, I think it'd be rude not to, really.
Yeah.
I shall make sure that's on. Just return when you're ready, and I'll make sure that she knows that you need food this evening.
Oh, well, that's rather civilized, isn't it? I mean...
This is your house.
Gosh.
We're here to help.
I know, but we're like real people now.
Oh, you were always real people, Mistress Ashley.
Well, you know what I mean.
I think what Aisling is trying to say is that it feels like we have a home befitting of our skill and status, obviously.
Of course. Well, if there's anything you need at all of us, we are here.
Thank you.
Gives a sort of a slight bow and pottles off to clean up the mess that you guys left behind.
Sorry.
It's all right. That's what he's paid for. He's quite happy to help you out. He'd much rather you did that than bleed to death. So,
Eugene.
Yeah.
Is your uncle always this generous? I mean, I mean, it's wonderful, but I am. How shall I put this politely? Slightly suspicious of such good intent.
I mean, I've known him my whole life. I would trust him with
I mean, it's
anything.
quite. He gave us a grand magic house. That's quite.
Well,
a
I mean,
gift.
I don't want to get semantical here, but he did give me the house.
Well, yes, I wasn't. Oh, well. Well. No, that's fine.
What
I
I'm
see
saying
where we
is
stand.
his family. I mean, he's not actually my family. We're not related by blood, but he is. I would consider him my family, so I don't think it's weird.
Do families sort of do this kind of thing? To give each other houses and things in where you come from?
Well, I mean, no one's ever given me a house before, but and I mean, it doesn't belong to me. I feel like he's just letting us use it, because he knows it will be helpful, and he was, like he said, he's not really using it that often, so it makes sense that we put it to good use.
Well, it's very kind of it to allow us to do that, and to give you the house.
Rock will remember that.
Anyway, the magic shop. Let's go to the magic shop.
Very well. Aisling, have you got everything?
What was I supposed to bring?
Nothing.
Money?
Something?
Yes, I mean.
Oh, back in a minute. I'd run in and get my money.
At least where you left it.
A wise choice.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it typical RPG game style, just in a pile on the floor.
Not in a barrel.
Oh yeah, a few of them in a barrel.
Yeah. Yes, I want my
that you have to smash.
I want my money in a barrel so that I have to smash it every time I want to get some, and I want the barrel to magically reappear.
Throw it against a wall.
I feel like that in the week that Eugene was away, Aisling discovered that certain items in the house repair themselves if you break them and leave them overnight, and so that has been a joke ongoing, and you're not entirely certain whether Bordeus and Kath are replacing them or it's the mansion magically repairing itself. But each dawn, that barrel is back, despite the fact you blew it up.
Also, she definitely calls Bordeus bodacious.
I think he lets you.
Okay, good.
I think he tried to stop you for the first 2 days, and then after that, it was that. Just let it go.
As just before we head out the door, once Aisling has come back with her money, I'm just going to sort of just look down at Aisling and say, if the money is in the house, how do you know it's not going to disappear when you walk out the door?
I instantly check. Just like, ah!
It's there.
It's there though.
Oh, but what if some of it has disappeared? Wait, if it disappears, if it's here, maybe it's not in the house anymore.
Well, yeah, because I took it out of the house.
All of it?
Yeah.
Oh, fine. Well, you should probably not sort of flash it around then, if you've got all of it.
Okay. I've got a badge. I don't need to show anyone the money. I've got a badge.
You remember the small flying creature that knocked you unconscious? The badge didn't stop him, did it?
No.
No.
But. And she walks away.
Right, come along. Let's find this place. Now, I can't find my actual notes as to what it was called.
You haven't actually been there yet, so you don't know. You know where it is?
I'm sure he told us a name, though.
In which case, it is Loot's Odd Shop.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Loot.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, you did tell us.
And it isn't too far from the house. It's about 5 towards 10 minutes walk, really, when you're kind of like a slow sort of pace. And it's a nice day. There's a fresh breeze coming in. It is I think it was. What did I say it was? It's nearly Sunshore, isn't it? So it's actually high summer, so it's quite warm at the moment. So, as you make your way up, what are your current thoughts and feelings? How are you all doing after a week? Are you still reflecting on things, and is there anything in particular concern or worry as you kind of make your way through this busy city on this beautiful day? And I'll start by asking Aisling.
I think Aisling's still just a tiny bit on edge, just because it was such whiplash going from like defeat the rat goblins, and then all of a sudden it was kill God, and so she's feeling a bit just kind of expecting some other bullshit to come around the corner really soon and be terrifying, but at the same time, because she's Aisling, she's also just kind of enjoying the day and having a nice time with her pals and remembering to revel in like the nice stuff.
Yeah. I mean, Faye, as you are still very Faye, and although you have more material concerns than some of your Faye cousins do, you are still a creature of capricious means, and so living from moment to moment is pretty much the first thing you would do. But I guess you are right, that kind of nagging feeling that there must be something coming to get us now.
Well, I think it was the first time that her living from moment to moment was interrupted by something bigger. That she was kind of taken by surprise a little bit, just like, oh, I can't just dance away this problem.
I think that's good, and I think like even there's an echo of that in the back of your mind, and that familiar presence is there, and I think it does the equivalent of a psychic gentle squeeze on the shoulder, just to let you know that even though it's a lot, you're not alone. You're never alone. You've always got someone in your corner.
A demon
Edging
that
on
don't
creepy
know
there,
what they're
yeah.
gonna do.
Yeah.
You're never alone.
It's fine, Aisling. You're good. You're not alone. You're never alone.
But she's bonded to a demon. I can't not make that a little creepy.
Yeah. She's living her best life.
Yeah. Best infernal life. Rock, how is your internal space at this point? How are you feeling?
I think Rock is trying to distract himself. So the ball and all of that kind of stuff is perfectly timed, because I think the whole Aisling sort of Alabaster thing, similarly, is not really something that he'd thought that much about. Probably more so because he just kind of assumed that it was all fine. Aisling knows what she's doing. Like, and the fact that he's suddenly like, wait, this may be something that we don't know actually the sort of implications of. He's more worried about it than he wants to be, and so he is completely just distracting himself with like, let's look at pretty things and magic things.
And ironically, you probably guess, and rightly so, that the whole purpose of the ball is to take people's mind off of the very weird stuff that happened to the whole Scattered Lands a couple of weeks ago now, when you defeated the god, and everybody was suddenly reminded that there's a sky shield that keeps you up. So this is a distraction tactic, probably on their part, as well as it is a politically important and a celebration of all your hard work. But a grand ball will echo through the whole town. You imagine that there will be several parties in the streets all around, and that it will be a general night of revelry all across. So it's cleverly played by Rebecca, who obviously knows what she's doing. But yes, and Eugene, how do you feel?
I think Eugene is similarly trying to distract himself, but Eugene's brain loves a puzzle. So I think he's just very deep in thought a lot of the time about the Alabaster situation and about the Sky Shield situation, like kind of both at the same time. And every so often is like writing things down and like thinking about things so that he doesn't have to think about what happened, really. Because I think in the back of his mind, he feels quite a lot of pressure because after they kind of helped defeat this god, he is probably really aware that people are going to be looking to them to kind of solve any future situations, and he probably worries that, like, what if it was just luck and what if next time they're not so lucky?
Aww, Eugene's got imposter syndrome.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Can I hang on? Can you just think about that a moment? Why would he possibly have imposter syndrome? You have Eugene, Ashling, and Rock that people are going to look to save the city.
I don't know what you mean. We are
Why could
perfectly
we
balanced and
possibly have
tactical
imposter
and
syndrome?
professional.
I mean, you have met the Gleaming Blades now, the greatest heroes of your age. And they are not quite the grand heroes that they were painted to be at all. So I think maybe for all three of you, there is a little realization that behind those legends and those stories are people just like you three, actually. Because
Oh, no, they're not like us.
you,
Now we're way better.
Perb and Eugene's father and the rest of the Gleaming Blades, they seem like a very disparate group of people, much like yourselves.
Yeah, but none of them are as clever as Eugene, so we're fine.
Yeah, and this kind of thing is definitely helping with the looming pressure that he feels to figure everything out.
We're fine. Eugene will figure it out. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get it in post. We'll get it in post.
Post-world. I think there is a moments where all three of you lapse into your own thoughts, but overall there's some gentle banter between the three of you, and you quickly find yourself led onto a street called Arbor Lane. Well named because it is pretty much gated by and like canopied by trees that have been grown and cut into shape down the whole street, poking between these great huge oaks and ashes and things are doorways that kind of lead down into corridors, and you realize that this was quite definitely built by elves and halflings at some point. When Cairn was first constructed, the touches of those influences are all over the place. The love of the land, the love of nature. It is beautiful, well kept. It's a busy street. There are quite a few people here and there. As always, mostly humans and halflings, with the odd splattering of a couple of elves, a few dwarfs, an orc or two having a quiet conversation over a fence post with what looks like a vulture, Aarakocra, in a high feathered cloak, who's holding a fan and chuckling to herself at something that one of the orcs has said. It is pleasant. This is pretty much a district that is more habitation for people with a little bit of wealth than a trader's district. Yet every once in a while there are small shops here and there, like there's a little bakery with some artisanal stuff that's run by, it looks like a goblin and a kobold, who are busy kind of stocking shelves at the moment, what the kobold standing on the goblin's shoulders to just reach things that otherwise they couldn't do. There is a general grocer's, a couple of clothing shops, and down one particularly dark alley, which Rock stops in front of, pretty certain that he's right. is a corridor with metal piping that goes down into the darkness, where you can see every once in a while a twitching everlight that needs repair is kind of flicking, and every time it comes on you can just about make out in a brass plaque that says Lute's Odd Shop, purveyor of fine, with fine spelled Phine, magical goods. And underneath someone else's tacked also Spittenfire's construction yard.
Wow.
Right. Well, I mean, I think this is the name of the. But do you think this is the place? I was expecting something sort of a little more magical, I guess.
I think this is the one, though.
Seems like it.
But the road is so
It's
beautiful.
so pretty.
Well, it might look different once we get down there, maybe.
Yeah. Might be prettier inside. Let's find out.
Who's going first?
Eugene will go first.
Eugene, as you reach the door, you can see that it has got a bolt and things on the front, but it's currently definitely all slid back, so you can just open and step in. It does have a small wooden sign painted in a different hand to the other sign that's been attached to the main sign. It says, "We are open, I assure you."
Yeah,
this is a reputable establishment.
Opens the door and
Cool.
kind of cautiously steps in.
There is a whoosh and a pooh of smoke as it kind of wafts by your feet and up the alleyway, and you are opened into what is a much broader space. And as the smoke very quickly clears, you see a very ramshackle but interesting shop. Shelves everywhere, just no thought for design or anything, just they have just been grabbed and put into place with all sorts of weird objects. Throughout the whole shop there are pipes and magical looking turbines and things just chucked into different places. On the ceiling there is a three-bladed fan that seems to be going by itself, and you can see no discernible method for making this turbine turn. At the back is a wall of small pickled oddities and weirdness and things that you definitely recognize as spell components. Initially you think there's nobody there until a small figure kind of comes round the back of what you realize is a counter, coughing and choking and swearing in Dwarvish. Back.
Have we found the local vape shop by accident?
Standing in front of you is a small but very stout-looking humanoid. Probably stands about 4.5 feet, maybe 5 feet tall at most, with a big, bushy blue beard, which is now streaked with greys, and at the moment very dusty, with something that looks like it's green. What you expect to be dwarven features are softer, narrower, with sharper eyes and long pointed ears that come out the side. His hair is cut in at the side and has a big crested pink mohawk which is tied in braids that come out the back.
This is the coolest character ever, oh my god.
He looks thick and like he could break...
That's thick with two C's.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
He looks like he could break a human with his hands, but there's also something very gentle about the way he sort of approaches you.
Is he single?
Said Aisling, voicing everyone's thoughts.
Yep.
He kind of suddenly catches sight of you in the doorway, and he looks at you over these kind of big, mechanical-looking glasses with multiple lenses that seem to be turning and mixing. Oh, howdy, how do you do? Come on in. And then disappears behind there. Because you'll have to excuse the smoke. Somebody doesn't know when to check what logs they throw in the fire. And then disappears behind some shelves.
I think he's talking about himself.
Yeah, I'm gonna call back through the door and be like, it's bigger on the inside.
Okay.
Very well. I think as soon as we step in, if there is a little bit of the smoke left in the room, I think Rock will cough in a disproportionately sort of large way.
Can I have your passive perceptions for a second, please?
Possibly.
11.
11?
12.
12?
17.
17. Aisling, as you step in and you kind of step around Rock coughing, you kind of notice these tiny, tiny little shadowy figures with white masks and long braided hair, only standing about 2 inches tall. And as you step in, one of them is standing, mimicking Rock's cough, and there's another one who's slapping their thighs in kind of like a mock laugh.
Aisling finds that hilarious.
They haven't
What
noticed.
are you laughing at?
I'm gonna elbow Rock and be like, look.
What?
I'm gonna point at them and show Rock.
A third one sort of appears and starts pointing at you all, and then they all sort of seem to like make a chuckling motion and then scatter into the shelves.
But did you make those again? Are those part of the imp thing? Is that you?
I don't think so.
Well, how do you make them? Did you do you cough or sneeze or I mean? What?
I'm pretty sure I don't sneeze imps.
You both can
I mean,
make
that's a relief.
a nature or an arcana check. Or you can ask Eugene, who's standing a few paces in front of you.
Because Eugene knows everything.
Yeah, we'll
But
go
Eugene
to
sees
But
nothing.
Eugene hasn't seen these creatures yet.
We have to point out the things,
Yeah.
and then
I'll ask Eugene.
Yeah, I think we'd both sort of go, Eugene.
What?
Did you see the small creatures? They're tiny little things with masks and.
Do I see them or have they gone already?
They have gone.
Can I point out? And then
What are you
out
talking
visibly
about?
anymore?
Did you guys
They were
inhale
like-
the smoke?
Oh my god, we did inhale so much smoke. God, what kind of place is this? Oh my god, if they have poisoned me, I will have Rebecca
I will
close this
sue.
place down. I will.
Suddenly from beside you, Rock, you hear, well, it's a magic shop most and foremost, but you
I think,
can buy other things as well. And then, excuse me.
The surprise of it coming from right next to me, I think, elicits a small, undignified sort of squeal from Rock as he gets a fright. Yes, I say I'm leaving you 1 star on TripAdvisor.
Fantasy
Russo.
TripAdvisor.
No, as soon as I see him and he says that, I'm just going to immediately lapse into, oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to be rude at all. I was just, do you have help here? You have small creatures. They
Oh, the Chingwa.
I beg your pardon.
The Chingwa.
Eh?
Oh, they're
Bless you.
harmless. Don't worry about them. They just do whatever they need to. Just don't leave anything that you don't want moved around anywhere out in the open, and you're fine.
Under his breath, Rock is just going to say, well, that explains the state of the shop.
He wanders through. For those of you who are wondering, this gentleman is what is known as city folk. Is a city-born. Generations of different species and races living together have produced a number of humanoids who take traits from different peoples. So they've been around for a good couple of centuries or so, or maybe slightly longer, but they have a tendency to happen where anywhere where love between multiple peoples is not frowned on and encouraged and things like that. So this gentleman may have had orcish blood. His skin is quite grey-blue. He has elvish features, definitely some dwarf in him, maybe some halfling or gnome, it's hard to say. But generally speaking, it's not polite to ask. You just refer to them as Cityborn.
I love it. I love it. That's very cool.
So are you Loot?
Oh, where are my manners? He kind of wipes his hands on his overalls and kind of holds out a hand. I am indeed Loot the Artificer. How may I help you?
It's very nice to meet you. What a fascinating shop you have.
Isn't it though?
It's amazing.
Even
It's
I'm still
amazing.
finding out some of the things here. And I've lived here 50 years.
What? Oh my god. Is all of it for sale?
Most things are for sale. Most things are priced. If it's not priced, ask myself. If I don't know, I will ask Spit or Fire.
Spit or fire? Who's
yeah.
that?
Oh, you haven't met Spit or Fire yet? But mind you, actually, they're probably just cleaning up their workroom. Bear with me 1 second. It kind of walks behind that little counter again and thumps on the door. Hey, we got customers! And
I didn't think we were going to meet the whole family.
there is a clatter above Eugene's head, and a rope suddenly drops in front of them, and a small red kobold descends kind of right in front of Eugene's face.
Hello.
You want potions?
Sorry?
Do you want potions? Or smelting, or herbs, or what do you need? What do you need? A busy? As you can see, my brother just blew something up.
What? Well, I'm not really sure right now, but
A yellow kobold, or orangey yellow, kind of very similar sort of thing, pokes their heads out of the hatch. Be nice! Oh, yes, customers, be nice. Hi, I'm Spit. That's Fire. We make stuff. Do you need stuff made? We'll make it for you.
what kind of stuff? Well, you said potions, that kind of thing. What kind of potions?
I make potions, and, well, if you've got the right ingredients, pretty much anything. If I don't know, I'm sure I can figure it out. Probably won't kill anybody doing it. Pretty good these days. If you need weapons or armor made or adjusted, Fire is your kobold. And Fire waves very enthusiastically. Just make sure that they're checking that they're actually putting in logs in the coal in the fire and not one of the magic stones.
Is that what the
Smoke is slowly clearing now because
Is it dangerous, the smoke?
I think there's a moment where the two of them look at each other and then be right back and then disappear.
Oh dear God.
That's good. That's reassuring. That's good.
Oh, good. Right. Can either of you spot any kind of structure or categorization at all?
Well, the stuff over there looks like
an
it's
investigation check. But you can carry on with that,
Oh,
Charlie.
wow. Okay.
it was just gonna be bullshit.
I mean, mine was a 21.
Oh, yes. Okay.
I got a natural 20, which gives me a 27 overall.
Oh my
Amazing.
God.
So I would like to see Ashling's perspective first.
Well, I got a 13, so that's
Yeah,
fair.
it's not terrible. And I think you look around and there does seem to be a certain amount of order to things. There's actually, it does look like people have put things together with the view of these are this type of object, these are these types of things. Things that look like they are dangerous, definitely locked away. Eugene and Rock, you both notice there's a cataloguing system here. Potions are in one place and they're divided into types of potions. So healing are off to one side, utility potions are in another place. There are single-use items that are locked away so people can't play with them and accidentally set them off. Wands and staves are, although they look haphazard, you kind of realise actually they're kind of, it's done with a deliberate sort of aesthetic. The place is designed to look like it's a mess, but actually it's very cleverly categorized. It's supposed to be fun to get through. It's one of those shops where they want you to browse, they want you to look around.
I want to go to this shop in real life.
I know. Right, okay, I think I'm getting the hang of it. Now.
Really?
Wait, is there anything we're actually looking for?
What do you mean, like, specifically?
Well, yes. I mean, I just realized I've now figured out, I think, that there are things in specific places, but I don't really know what I'm looking for, so that's not particularly helpful.
Yes. Okay.
Did we need anything? I mean,
I don't think I had anything in specific. I'm always happy to look at magical things.
Eugene,
Aisling.
at this time that you notice just behind Rock on one of the shelves is one of the small figures that I described earlier, standing in Rock's pose, copying Rock talking.
I don't think Eugene's gonna say anything, but he's just kind of looking and then like trying not to stare, and listen to Rock, but also like very distracted.
Ashley, it might not be a bad idea for you to maybe buy a couple of healing potions.
Yeah, I'm pretty low on them, and I have a habit of, briefly dying. So
yes, Eugene, may I suggest perhaps seeing if they have a scroll of featherfall, perhaps?
Parachute, mate.
Just a thought off the top of my head.
Never
a big umbrella.
Yeah, the boss of me.
A big umbrella. No, and apparently I don't own your house either.
Anyway, shade.
On that
library
note,
is closed.
I'm going to I'm going to say, well, in that case, I'm going to have a look at whatever's locked behind those doors, and I'm going to go to the cabinets that are locked.
Excellent. There's several. I mean, there's pretty much every type of conceivable item in here. If there is something specific that you are looking for, just let me know and I can tell you the price that they have listed for it. If you want to, I can just roll a dice and have you randomly look at a particular set of items.
Yeah, go for that.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
So, cool. So, Rock, you said first. So you find yourself near a strange-looking cabinet that is sealed and locked, has expensive-looking things in it, and you notice that inside are various different things. There looks like a bag that someone has sewn like a cheerful, friendly-looking face into the top of. There is in a glass cube inside it, which looks like it has, with your little tiny touch of arcane, a protective bubble around it, a tiny bead, and there is also a fan made from blue feathers, with a dragon etched into the woodwork of either side, which is gorgeous. And a beautifully, intricately carved ivory totem that looks like a griffin.
I'm good.
There are prices against each of these and descriptions.
Oh, is there? Yeah. Oh, good. Okay, so I would like to read the description first for the fan.
The fan just says
obviously
a wind fan and has a price of 600 gold coins.
Ooh. Okay, and what does the glass cube say?
Inside the glass cube is the bead, which says Bead of Force, 750 gold coins.
Okay, and the bag and the ivory totem?
The ivory token says a figurine of wondrous power, Griffin, and the price is 5,000 gold coins. The bag
I must know what that does.
is a bag of holding and is priced at 200 gold coins.
Ah. Ooh. Yes. What does would I know what the wondrous power figure does?
Make me an Arcana check.
13.
13. I think Rock would have heard of figures of wondrous power. They are supposed to be magical items that you can throw out and they make a creature appear. You don't know how they work or how useful they are, but this one seems to be priced quite highly.
Yeah.
Are they Pokeballs?
No, more like Digimon.
Okay.
I love that
I love
idea.
that idea. That's amazing.
Who is this? Okay, now Rock's getting a little overexcited by the whole thing, so I'm just going to start looking at everything now.
Cool. Eugene, would you like to roll a die? Would you like me to roll a dice for you? Or you can roll a d10 and tell me what number you get.
Okay, I'll roll.
Or are you looking for something specific?
Well, much as I hate to admit it, Rock's idea is quite a good one, but we'll roll it. 9.
9. You find yourself near the counter. I think you kind of peel off from Rock as he heads in one direction. You find yourself near the counter where you kind of drawn to these wonderful things. And in front of, these are definitely spell components on the wall back behind you. Some of them quite rare and quite difficult to get hold of. You find a tray of various little tiny knickknacks, things like glowing stones, rings of shimmering, things that are the sort of things that you buy kids so that they feel like they have magical items. But in them, you do notice there are little packs of rocks with glow rock written behind them. There are packs of razzle toffee, which are 5 gold coins for 20 pieces. Single-use wands of pyrokinetics, which are 5 gold coins each. Message stones, which are 7 gold coins each. These are not sending stones. These are literally stones that you can say a message into, tap it, and it will repeat it. And a elegant-looking group of kaleidoscopes, which are 1.5 gold each.
Can I?
You found like the Claire's accessories section.
I found the pocket money section.
Yeah, the single use stuff is all wrapped so that you can't kind of accidentally set it off. But all of them have a label saying "Quality assured by Loot himself."
Would I know what razzle toffee is?
You might, because you are local to Cloud's Cairn. Make me a very simple history check.
Uh, 24.
So razzle toffee is something that you and your sister would have definitely had growing up. You chew it. Razzle toffee sounds like a middle-class woman talking about drugs. Yeah, fair. I didn't think this through.
Oh my god.
I left the razzle toffee in the Range Rover.
Razzle toffee is actually a child's confectionery. It is a toffee, but it is magically enchanted and designed so that when you chew it, you get different musical notes like bells and gongs and things inside your head. And I think you and your sister used to have this, and it used to drive your mother insane because you would, if you were feeling particularly petulant, you would chew it while she was trying to talk to you so you couldn't hear her.
That's so good.
It is, if mechanically, if you chew it, it does give you deafness for 1 minute. It also gives you disadvantage on any concentration checks whilst you have it in your mouth.
That's fair enough.
And are the kaleidoscopes just kaleidoscopes?
You suspect not. They're very small. Do you want to pick one up and have a look?
Mm-hmm.
So you pick one up, and as you kind of hold it to your eye, it kind of shrinks down into itself and just kind of hovers in front of your eye by itself. And you can see the things moving around. It's like everyone has like an edge of colour kind of flowing around them and things. It's the sort of thing that would absolutely delight you, delight kids and adults, to be fair. Aisling. Sorry, is there anything else you'd like to look at in the tray at all, Eugene?
Sorry, what else was there? There was toffee, kaleidoscopes.
Glow rocks, message stones, which I already described.
Yeah. We'll take a look at the glow rocks then.
So the glow rocks do exactly what they say. You tap them and they glow and kind of give you dim light for 10 feet. Sort of thing that your dad would have brought back from his adventures when you were little, that kind of semi-useful for reading by night and stuff like that.
Okay.
There's also a few things like popping candy, which is like 2 silver for a packet, and you know for a fact that if you chew that, it's probably going to make pyrokinetics come out of your mouth when you're actually doing it.
Shit. Ashley's going to spend all her money on candy, isn't she?
Dear. Aisling, would you like to roll a d10
Yes.
to see where you end up in the shop?
Yes. 3.
A 3. You are wandering near the potions, kind of thing, and memorizing the fact that you'll probably need to pick some of those up, and you actually end up in front of a heavily locked cabinet with a glass front, a metal frame, and runes of protection etched into it. Definitely.
This is not the place to leave Aisling unattended.
Inside of it, you can see there are some base materials, which are like magical items which can, if you don't, for things like simple spells and things like that, they can just be used as a component pouch, which is 25 gold per bag. There is a lot of ether stone, which all of you would know innately is the stone that runs through the whole of the floating islands in the scattered land and helps lift the stone. Lift the islands, keep everything afloat. It's highly magical. It can be used to replace spell components at a 2 gold cost. For example, instead of having a 300 gold coin diamond, you could have 300 gold's worth of aether stone. It would work just as well. It's very highly sought after and very highly regulated, because obviously people don't want mining too much, just in case things plummet. So there's a lot of different shapes and sizes there, so if you ever want some of that, you can buy it here. There is a small pouch with a label that's kind of off the side of it, and in very intricate writing, which you're now beginning to recognise is actually Lute's writing. It says, "Lordie's Laughing Dust." And there are 2 keys, both of which are tied with a price tag on them that say scouring keys, and they're 500 gold coins each. Lordie's Laughing Dust is 75 gold coins.
Scouring keys.
Scouring keys. Lute is generally sort of wandering around stocking, so if you want to grab him to explain anything, he's more than happy to help.
Yeah, I think I'd sort of, if he's walking past, be like, Newt?
Hello, how can I help?
Hi.
Hi.
What is the scouring key?
Ah, the scouring key. So this is a key that you use to get in through a lock that you don't want other people to get in through after you.
Oh, can you keep using it?
It can be used twice a day.
Oh, that's quite cool.
Yeah, it's very useful. It's highly priced because it tends to be quite popular among the more roguish and underhanded people. But
Yeah.
useful for adventurers, from what I understand. Which
We are actually certified. Certified.
I saw the badges. Yes, always nice to see official adventurers here. Always welcome.
Thank you. What about the laughing dust? I'm assuming is laughter based. I think she's trying to pretend like she knows what she's talking about.
I think there's an obvious sort of, you don't know what you're talking about, but I think he gets it a lot, so the smile doesn't dip at all. Lordie's laughing dust. If there are 4 portions in there, I think, you throw it at your enemies. If they inhale it and are unable to resist it, they are struck by laughter and cannot get up.
Nice.
Effectively, it's 4 uses of Tasha's hideous laughter, but constitution based rather than wisdom based.
Cool. Okay.
Anything I can help any of you with, or the more expensive weapons or anything like that, please just let me know.
Well,
Yeah, I'd love to have a look.
Is there anything anything that you would recommend we look at as adventurers? Anything that's particularly interesting that you've
Yeah,
got
any
in?
specials?
Anything that is very unusual?
Oh well, it kind of wanders over. Says, well, I mean, what's your budget or your range of cost or anything along those lines?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I hadn't really thought about what the budget was, but
I mean, for a dashing-looking gentleman as you, and he kind of gently guides you away. May I recommend Mithril Scale Mail? And there is a beautiful set of silvery blue scale mail, but it is 1,000 gold coins, and you know for a fact that you need to be probably martially trained to be able to use it.
yes,
we did just get 1,000 from the reward, though, didn't we?
we did, but I'm afraid I don't think that scale mail is quite. Well, I don't think I'm quite ready for it yet. I mean, I'm not exactly an experienced fighter yet. But I mean, but it's.
Oh, good on you, though.
I mean, it is very beautiful, though. I must say.
We have a number of different spell scrolls. There are ammunition. Generally, people are always looking for ammunition.
Oh, do you have any perhaps unusual ammunition for my pistol? Perhaps.
I do indeed, sir. May I have a quick look at your pistol?
Well, of course. Fresh.
Get it out. Get your pistol out.
Get a pistol out for the night.
We've been here 5 minutes and he's asking to see my pistol. I mean,
I think this goes completely over Luke's head as he just takes the gun from your hands and kind of looks it over. Perfect. Yes, absolutely. I have, at the moment, some ether-charged ammo, which will do more damage when you hit your opponent, which is quite useful. I also have, and he kind of reaches, pulls out a kick stool from underneath one of the things and kind of clambers up a little bit. Oh, damn it.
Can I help?
Hang on, Fire, have you been moving the ammo again? And Fire kind of literally falls out of a hatch in front of you. No. I had this right here. What are you looking for? Walloping ammo. Right. And kind of disappears.
God, I like the sound of that.
Comes back with some bullets, some round bullets for your pistol. Kind of hands them down. So these are 100 gold coin for 10. If you hit your opponent with these and they fail to hold their footing, they will be knocked prone.
Huh. And what does the ether charged ammo do and go for?
He pulls this out, and you can see that there's it looks like normal ammo, but there is like an etching with a little bit of ether stone that has kind of been etched into it. As I say, very simple. When you hit your opponent, it just does more damage.
Yeah, very interesting. How much are those?
These are 250 for 10.
Ooh. How much more damage do those do?
Mechanically, they're a +1. Ammo, so.
Cool. Well, there's certainly a lot to look at. Do you? I had a small item that we very successfully, thankfully, managed to use in our last extremely spectacular battle that we had. It was a gem containing a fire elemental that I very cleverly used to attack some creatures. Anyway, do you have anything similar? Anything that maybe, how should I put it, could be a last resort? Something that would be, in case we get into some real dire situation. We're not the most adept at hand-to-hand combat, so, something that could perhaps... gosh, don't you have rather large arms? Anyway...
It's working over the forge every day.
I can tell it's very warm in here.
Well, I'll be honest with you. We are a little low on stock. After the floating island incident, a lot of adventurers came here and bought out a lot of things like that. But if you have something specific in mind, I can try and get you an elemental stone in. I wouldn't be able to give you a price right now, but what I can do is I can get it in because I will be able to sell it on anyway, and then let you know what I would be able to charge you for that.
I mean, I would be interested. That came in very handy.
Do you want elemental or para-elemental?
For Ashling's sake, if you would mind clearing up the difference.
So, elemental.
Ashley just heard her name from across the room. Like, what?
So
pay attention.
An elemental is, as you would generally know, our base element from the different planes of elemental fire, water, earth, wind,
yes.
for example. Para-elementals are from where those planes overlap. So magma, ice, ether, lightning, things like that.
Oh, definitely para-elemental. That sounds far more interesting.
Bit more difficult to get hold of, bit more pricey, but I will do absolutely everything I can. Where are you staying? I will make sure I get a message to you.
Well, we're staying at the house Eugene owns. What is the address, Eugene?
What is the address? I don't know.
What's the postcode, DM?
It is on Main Street, and I think choose a magic number for yourself, Eugene.
4.
4 Main Street. The Amazing. Most mundane of addresses for the most magical of houses. I love that. That seems like balance. And I think there's a recognition. And I think he kind of looks round Rock for a second at Eugene. Are you perchance Perb's nephew?
Yes, that's me. My name's Eugene.
Why didn't you? You are the 3 newest champions, right? Why didn't you say so? Come on. So,
badges. I thought you'd work it out.
10% discount on anything in item that you buy today. Introductory,
thanks.
Friends of the family discount.
Yes.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
Amazing.
So there's a couple of items that I can't. There's a couple of the major weapons that I probably can't do that on. But everything else, potions, materials, everything else, weapons, fine. Just be careful of ether cannons and things. Probably don't even have a ship quite yet to put those on, so you're probably okay. I
mean, we could put one on the roof, I suppose. No? Okay, never mind. Never mind, it was just a thought. Right.
So, can I interest you in either ammo or both ammo?
Yes, possibly. Eugene, do you think we need a bag of holding? I mean, I know you have your hat, but I mean, do you think that would be something we
I
should?
thought we already had a bag of holding. Do we not?
Do we? I don't have one.
Don't remember you getting a bag of holding, but I could go back.
Got
and
your hat
check.
of holding.
You got your hat of holding, which can
Yeah.
hold up to 10
Yeah, I
items.
thought we had the immovable rod and a bag of holding and the tea thing.
You can go
But
back and
maybe
check.
I'm I'm wrong.
Has anyone got a bag of holding in their inventory?
I do not.
Let me have a look. I can't remember.
Maybe it was the bag of
Maybe it was
never-ending tea.
You
I
had
was
the bag
thinking
of never-ending tea, and you have the hat of hold. Eugene's magical hat of holding.
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah, I haven't got a bag of holding.
okay.
My mistake.
No, it's fine. Not yet. It hasn't happened yet.
I mean, is it something we should buy, or do you not think it's?
Well, how much is it? I wasn't listening. Sorry.
200 gold pieces.
So it would be 180 with your discount.
I think
Yeah,
Ashley
why
comes
not?
over to have a look at it as well.
I mean, it's very Ashling's vibe. It's made. It looks like it's made from like a really light leather, and it's got this big smiley face.
She loves it. She loves it. She kind of wants it.
I mean, I'm sure it would come in handy.
But perhaps we could all chip in for the bag of holding if that's appropriate for everyone.
Oh yeah, I'll carry the stuff if you let me carry the bag. Look at it. It goes so good with my outfit.
I mean, okay,
Yeah.
as long as you don't, lose it.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with it.
Yeah, look at it. It's adorable. I'll be well careful with it.
Because that's the criteria for being careful with something.
For Ashling, that sounds like it's on brand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ugly
I'll
shit.
take an inspiration for that.
Oh, will you now?
Yeah, she definitely wants to get the bag of holding with the adorable smiley face on it.
Okay, right. I'll give that to Lute and say okay, we're going to split that between the three of us. I mean, the cost. I mean, obviously.
I will make sure it's over here for when you're finished. Well, if you're back on the adventuring, may I recommend that you look through the spell scrolls and the potions, because you never know what you're going to use. Also, we have some in the way of some magically enchanted brooches, and I see you're already wearing cloaks of protection, so that's good. But there's other things that you can probably make your way through. Would you
I'd be
guys-
interested in the jewelry type things.
Would you guys
Sparky.
like me?
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Michelle.
Ashling loses the bag. Yeah, he's the next episode. Yeah. So
She needs it attached to her like kids' mittens with a little bit of string.
That can be arranged.
sewn to your cloak, so you can't lose either of them. I will what I do to save some time, so you guys can have a think about what you need. I will list off the things that are there. There are potions of healings, lesser, standard, greater, and superior. Other potions: potion of climbing, a potion of hill giant strength, potion of acid resistance, fire resistance, and poison resistance, and a potion of invisibility. The scouring keys and the like we've already mentioned. Scouring keys, anything you need in terms of spell components, specifically charged ones that you need, you can either buy or you can buy some Aether Stone to replace it. Just check to see what your spells need. Lordy's Laughing Dust, which we already described. In a beautiful, elegant rack, there are staffs and wands. There's a Staff of Flowers, a Wand of Secrets, a Wand of the War Mage, +2, which is quite powerful. Basically, it would allow any caster who's got it to +2 to their spell things, but it is 5,000 gold, so you know. An Elegant Wand, an Elegant Staff, a Fine Arcane Orb. Now, these act as foci as normal, but the difference is they cannot be affected by things like the Shatter spell. an immovable rod, which you already have, a glittering staff, boots of the winding path,
Ashling's immediately glitter.
brooch of shielding, monocle of comprehend languages, which I thought was a very rock thing.
Yes!
Another
so
cloak
rock.
of protection, a cloak of displacement, a ring of spell storing, a mask.
Oh, how much is the ring of spell storing?
900 gold coins. So after your discount, 810.
And how much is the cloak of displacement?
2,000 gold.
What does that do?
It makes you harder to hit.
Makes
I
you
think,
much
doesn't it?
harder to hit.
Yeah.
Nice.
Actually, apologies, Chris, but what is the brooch of shielding? How much is that?
1,000 gold. So it'd be 900 after your discount. There is something called the Mask of the Mirth Lord, which is a elegantly carved wooden mask that looks like it's got like a elvish face in ivory with gold eyebrows and eyelashes, and makeup, and like a little bit of rouge.
That sounds fabulous.
It is 1,000 gold.
What does it do?
What'd it do?
I think when you ask him, he kind of smiles and says, I'm quite proud of this one. This is came hard to us. So he kind of puts it on and concentrates for a second, and then his form changes and he looks like a beautiful female elf for a second, and then he takes it off. 3 charges a day. Recovers one free uses, recharges 1 charge per day, and you can cast Disguise Self on yourself.
It's like a bisexual dream.
It is illusionary, so it doesn't change your actual body. So just so you're aware.
Don't matter.
Mithril Scale Mail, Mithril Plate Mail, the Walloping Ammo, which we talked, and Unbreakable Crossbow Bolts. These are great because it means that unless you fire them off the edge of an island, you can always go and get them back. They don't break. Aether Charged Ammo, Lordie's Boomerang of Recall, which is, as it says, it's a +1 boomerang, and as a reaction or a bonus action, you can call its name and it will return to your hand wherever it's landed.
Can it hit anything as it comes back?
No, that would be a bit grim.
It'd be good if it could like clock someone around the back of the head or something.
Afraid not. No. Bag of Holding, Bead of Force, a Wind Fan, which is a single-use item that basically can help out. Figurine of Wondrous Power, Griffin. Spell Scrolls. There is a Scroll of Spider Climb, Identify, Arcanist Magical Aura, Clairvoyance, Expeditious Retreat, Wall of Ice, Magic Jar, and Healing Word. And then there's the knickknacks, which Eugene saw as well.
How much are the scrolls?
They vary, so is there anything in particular you wanted?
I
The
was looking
healing
for
one?
Identify. How much is
Identify
it?
Oh,
is
cool.
200, which would be 180 with your discount.
How much is healing word?
100, so it'd be 90 with your discount.
Cool.
You can also buy anything you need from the equipment lists in the player's handbook, but I'm not going to
Go through that whole thing. I think Ashling's gonna pick up the healing word one, and she might ask if she could see the magical focus things again.
Yeah. Which
The
focus?
wands and staffs.
The wands and staff. So there's the staff of flowers, which basically gives you the druid craft cantrip. You can make flowers appear. It's very cute. Wand of Secrets, which if you wave it will help you reveal trapdoors and hidden traps and secret entrances.
I'm picturing if Ashling gets that, she'd be going like this with it everywhere she goes.
Yeah.
It has a limited number of uses per day, but yeah, that would be...
It
I
would be
feel like
gone.
I'm completely Ashling.
We'd get down to breakfast and she'd be like, there's no secret entrances anywhere in this place. I'll check again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh dear. So there are the elegant wand staff and the fine arcane orbs, which mechanically are just arcane focuses, but the difference being is they're very hard to break. Immovable rods, you've already got one. The glittering staff, which I'm going to need, which I'm pretty sure is what you're actually asking for, isn't it?
Don't know what you mean.
Yeah, let me look it up because I put it down and I've forgotten what it was. Hang on. Fortunately, I do have the ever useful D&D Beyond open. No, this is apparently this is something I put down that isn't.
Did you invent it?
I might have invented it and then forgotten about it. So please watch as Chris makes a magical item on the spot. The glittering staff. I think when you bang it against the floor, will create a bright light within 10 feet and dim light. Sorry, for 15 feet and dim light for a further 15 feet. In addition to that, you can cast a dancing light spell. If you hold it in place and spin it, you can make a cacophony of colliding magical beads and things like that, which don't do anything but look really pretty.
Ooh.
The staff is also quite intricately covered in glitter.
Ah, yes, that's the most important part.
It is 500 gold coins.
Okay, cool. And then, what's the other one that sounded quite cool? How much is the flowery one?
Staff of Flowers is only 35 gold coins.
What?
Yeah, so he said he'd let it go for 30.
Oh, can I get them both and just like cable tie them together?
Sure.
Dual wield. Yeah.
Healing word scroll.
Yeah, definitely need that because we have exactly no way of healing each other whatsoever.
Staff of Flowers.
Hey, it's worked out fine this far.
Yeah, I can do it.
Who's not died like 2 or 3 times.
I can do a little healing.
So the only person who can actively learn the spell or use the spell without any difficulty is Rock, because neither of the rest of you have divine or that sort of magic.
Yeah. Okay.
The other 2 of you can give it a go, but it'll be an Arcana check, and if you fail, the spell will go off and just not do anything. But
I do actually have healing word.
Yeah.
Oh.
But
Okay.
But it is
Then
always
just go ahead and
useful
put that back.
as a thing in your bag.
As a backup. Yeah.
But
Yeah, but
for its price, what I would say, for its price and what it is, and this is me kind of, for 100 gold coins, you could get 2 healing potions.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking now. I think I'm just gonna, I'll just sort of put that back and get a couple more healing potions.
Question: If
Yep.
I would like to obtain spell scrolls that you don't currently have in stock, are they things that you can acquire?
Well, it depends on the spell itself. There are some things, of course, that are restricted and not for common sale. But if you know what you want, I can put in a search for it.
I've actually got a list.
Of course you do.
And now I'm very excited. Okay.
So on my list, I'm open to anything really. I currently can only really handle spells under a 3rd level, but these are my primary concerns. So I would be interested in the Flock of Familiars spell.
Yep.
Featherfall.
Sold one last week.
Enlarge Reduce.
Yep.
That's a good one. That's a fun one.
Golder's Tower.
I've not heard anyone ask for that for a while. Baldur's Tower.
Golder's with a G.
Tower. Yep. That's Chris mishearing.
Magic Circle.
I will look into those. Is there anything else?
Well, I mean, anything you can get, really. I mean, I'm a conjuration specialist, so.
Got any summons or conjuring powers, I will look to keep an eye out for. Certainly, and I'll just drop you a message if I get things in.
But for now, I will definitely take the identify.
Excellent. Do you need any paper at the moment?
Oh, actually, yes, I will take some paper, and he has a list of spell components that he needs as well.
Excellent. Okay. Sorry, I'm actually just telling up. I left retail to stop this sort of thing, you know.
Fantasy retail, even worse.
Fantasy retail. Cool. 100.
And I think he will also take some of the Razzle Toffee and Glow Rocks and one of the wands of pyrokinetics.
Yep. Cool. What I will do is I'll do the maths and I'll tell you how much you owe me off camera. I'm not going to do this for now.
No.
That's what everyone tuned in for, right? Maths?
I don't
Totally.
think they did.
It's D&D. We do enough maths.
Yeah,
Exactly. We're artists. We're allergic to numbers.
Cool, and that's Eugene. Rock? Is there anything that Rock would like to get?
Loot. Actually, first of all, Chris, the Ring of Spell Storing.
Yes.
Mechanically, is that something that is a one use of the number of spells?
No, I think it's up to a certain level of spells. So you could store...
Yeah.
And see if I can find it.
So the one that I saw says up to 5 levels of spells.
That's right, yeah.
But then once that's done, it's done, yes?
That's right. Once you've got 5 in, that's it. It doesn't ever stop. I don't think it breaks or stops working. But you can't put any more spells into it, and once it's got 5 levels equivalent in.
Can you exchange them? Or
how do you? So yes, how does it mechanically work? I can cast those spells.
Yep. So you could cast those spells as an action, as if you were using spell slots instead.
And I can just keep doing that, even if.
No. Once you use
it's
spell,
quite
it's
good.
gone.
I think it's quite good for spells cast as a ritual, because normally those take like 10 minutes, whereas if you had an item like that, you could cast it in an action rather than in 10 minutes.
That's cool.
But
Also
if you cast five 1-level spells with it, then it's useless after that.
No, you can put more spells into it.
Oh, I see. So you can. It's a permanent storage for those spells,
Absolutely,
basically.
yeah. But
That's very cool.
You can't go above the 5 spells, and once it's actually
5
very good
levels.
for ashling as well, because obviously you can put a spell into it, short rest, and then you've got an additional spell slot effectively.
Oh, okay, yeah, good point.
So, but it's also, I mean, it's good for any caster. Let's be fair, because you could put 5 healing words in there if you needed to. You'd have to cast them all as individual actions, but that means that you wouldn't have to take healing word if you were a cleric, or if you thought, actually, I might just need extra bits and pieces. It is like a magic spell Tupperware. It's really good.
Yep.
It's one of the best low-level magical items you can get.
I mean, it's not cheap, but it's very tempting.
How much is it again?
It is... Hang on, I've just lost it.
800 it was 900, so 810.
810, yeah.
Okay, cool.
And you've
loot.
a bag of holding.
Yes, which we're going to split the cost of that. And loot for the. I mean, we are purchasing quite a lot of items from you. So, I mean, is that really the lowest you could do for the Ring of Spell Storing? I mean, Eugene, Uncle Perv had said Perv with a B. Sorry about that. Had said we should come. He said you were exceptional, and we should most definitely visit your shop. So we did, obviously. But yeah, we were just. I mean, with so much that we're buying, I'd appreciate it. For the spell ring. It's just a thought. I mean, you seem like a
make
kind
a
man.
persuasion check.
And you did say he had big arms, so
I did.
you've got a bit of a flirt on.
Come on, dice. My persuasion is stupidly high, so that would be a 26.
DC was 25. He's a very shrewd businessman.
Whoa!
Already giving you a 10% discount. He kind of just looks at you seriously for a minute, and he just chuckles. He goes, "I like you three. Tell you what,
Of course you do. We're very likable.
you can have it for 750,
Okay.
but on your next adventure, you need to let people know where you got your fantastic gear from."
Of course.
Sponsorship deal. Okay.
I mean, I think we're perfectly happy with that.
If you are going on a mission and you want some sponsorship, we can discuss that. But you need to tell me the particulars of what you're dealing. But we can discuss.
Well, that's very good to know.
And if you ever come into an airship or anything along those lines, please come and see me. I would love to send Spit and Fire out with you to just check it over and make sure your fittings are all good.
We can get a ship.
Well, I mean, I don't think.
Buy a ship.
Yeah, they're expensive.
How expensive? Yeah.
How?
Well, I mean, I suppose with all things, it depends on the what's the word? The quality of the vessel.
I mean,
I gather they are very expensive.
We only really need a small vessel, a few 100 feet should be fine. I mean,
Rock, you remember the last time that when Julie gave up the Swallow and bought the new ship, it cost her in the region of 15,000 gold coins to do that. And that's not the biggest vessel out there.
but yes, but I mean, but we're terribly likable. I'm sure we can get a discount.
This is my life now, isn't it?
Yep.
Right. So, excuse me a minute, Lute. Right. So, the ring of spell storing. Good idea? Yes? No? But, I mean.
Oh yeah, definitely,
Yes,
especially
good.
at that price.
Well, yes, it's still quite a hefty price, to be fair. And then we're going to get half and split the bag of holding. Yes, good.
Mhm.
Okay. What else?
I would leave yourself some gold to live with. Don't spend it all here.
I'm not spending anything. Well, not.
What? To what?
To buy food.
We need clothes for the ball.
Food
I guess.
magically
Oh
appears
God!
in our
Okay,
house.
wait. Think. Let's be.
I
okay.
feel like that's going to be expensive.
Right now, Julie always told me I have to think these things through. Think twice before you buy. Okay.
He says to himself,
Right, okay.
with Ashley holding every kaleidoscope in the shop.
Rock.
Yeah. No. I want one of those.
Rock. You
Yes.
kind of realise that Lute's still got your gun. I have a suggestion. I could enchant this for you. So
What? You can do that?
Yes. For 300 gold, I could give it more burst on its explosion.
I literally take 300 gold out my pack and put it down. Right. So I won't be able to afford the spell of ring of spell storing, spell of ring storing. Anyway, so right now, but that if you could do that to my pistol, that would be exceptionally. That would be very, very good. And then, yes, oh, good. And then I can use the money to buy the outfits because we're going to need those for. Anyway, yes, right. So
leave it with me, and you can either come and collect it from me tomorrow morning, or I will have it run down to you tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, I'm very excited about that. Thank you so much for suggesting that. That's very good. Right. So,
one of you can take me out for a drink sometime.
I wonder who that one would be.
he says, Rock immediately blushes terribly. Right. Okay. So then, here's so I'd like to pay for my part of the bag of holding and for the enchantment on my pistol, and also I would like one kaleidoscope, some razzle toffee, and some of the popping candy, please.
Awesome.
And Chris can tell me how much that goes later on.
I will do the maths and send it to you all in our group chat so you can take them. But I don't think anyone's spent over what they've got, so you're good.
Cool.
But I have a list, so just to be clear, Aisling has taken off the healing word. She's going to take the Staff of Flowers, the Glittering Staff, and 2 healing potions.
And kaleidoscope and toffee.
Kaleidoscope.
Actually, 2 kaleidoscopes, 1 for each eye.
I tell you what, the first kaleidoscope for each of you, free.
Yeah!
As is the toffee.
Second
We'll
one,
those in,
£5,000.
Yeah. Rock, you want the Ringer spell store? No, you don't want the Ringer.
No.
You want the upgrade to your weapon.
Yes.
And the kaleidoscope and the razzle toffee.
And popping candy.
And a popping candy. Yeah.
And we collectively are doing the bag of holding.
Collectively doing the bag of holding. Eugene, you going to buy the identify spell scroll, paper and ink, and then you've got razzle toffee, wander pyrotechnics, and glowstones.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Any more potions or anything?
No, I think I still have some potions.
Yeah, I think I've got a couple as well, actually. Bear with. Let me just check before I say
inventory management.
And we all die.
Woo-hoo!
No, I do have a couple, so I will stay with that.
I also like Michelle's idea of kaleidoscope glasses, and I think Aisling might want to talk to Fire or Spit and see if they can sort that out for her.
I am not picking Aisling up every time she falls over because the kaleidoscope glasses.
She would never take them off.
I think Spit, you try and every time you kind of see Spit disappear out through the door, they're always busy. Like they kind of like you something like total to fire, and Fire is much more amiable. And as soon as you suggest it, they just grin and they wait for the coins to exchange hands, and then they disappear. And you can hear the room gets a little warmer for a few minutes, and you can hear some banging, and then they reappear. And kind of air it out a little bit, and it's still slightly glowing, and they kind of drop it in to like a barrel of water, and Lute just kind of rolls his eyes and just kind of gets back to what he was doing, and he passes you glasses of kaleidoscope.
My Christ, I am so powerful. OP.
Yeah, don't wear them. Well, you wear. I'm not your dad. I'm not going to tell you where you can wear them, but just be.
Nah, I'm gonna wear them all the time.
There are mechanical.
I haven't shown Eugene or Rock these yet because I'm thoroughly going to come around the corner and surprise them.
Fabulous.
Are you putting them on now?
So long as they can't see me,
No,
and
they
then
can't see you at the moment. I mean, you've done this off to one side.
Also, I'm trying to find one of the Chingua.
Okay.
It's really weird. Every time you notice them, it's when you're not looking for them, that's when they appear. When you actively look for them, they hide. And it's almost like they're doing it deliberately.
Yeah, it's starting to annoy me now.
And I think, Eugene, you've probably read about Chingua. You know that by nature they're quite shy, but also very curious. They're small elemental beings who are drawn to places of magical interest. So you probably guess that they feed on the residual magic that comes out of the shop, which is why they like it so much.
What do they actually look like?
I haven't got a picture of them, but they are probably about this tall.
Are they little humanoid-looking things?
They have
little bipedal things.
Humanoid shape. They have little black. They kind of look like someone's punched a hole in space. It's human shaped, kind of move around, and then they've got this big white mask with odd-shaped eyes or patterns that have been scrawled on them. I will see if I can find
an
image of one, and I'll send it to you.
I want to use minor illusion, and I want to cast. I want to create like a small literally just on the floor behind, like, so it looks a little protected. I want to cast like a tiny little fireplace that's giving off like purple and pink little flowers and sparkly bits, and a couple of little chairs around it to try and lure them out because I want to see what they look like. Because I can...
Oh my god!
Okay, make a performance check.
cute.
22.
22.
It's like a doll's house for them.
A 22. Right, so they do come out and they start playing with it, and they start looking around it and kind of trying to climb through the illusion, and then like one of them falls over and the other one makes a motion. It looks like they're mimicking what they think you would do under those circumstances, and the one that fell over kind of rolls to his knees and does this sort of motion for a second, and the other one gives them a hug, and then they kind of get up, and they realise that it's not real. So you watch as a third one of them kind of stops that, and they kind of huddle together, and then
While they're doing that, though, I'm going to call Ashling and Eugene over, and just so like we'll hide behind one of the bookcases and watch them. I'm like, what? Look, it's really cute.
Okay.
It's really
I
cute.
have a stealth check off of all three of you.
Oh boy. Oh, okay.
No, that's survival. Oops.
Not so bad.
Yeah, what did you all get?
15.
15?
17.
17?
14.
Perfect. That is perfect. So, you guys watch as they kind of crowd around the house, and then a couple more of them appear, and then they start to drain off the essence of the illusion and start to eat it. And then they look like they're replete, happy, and they all scatter.
Cute.
They're
I still have my
fascinating.
kaleidoscope things on, by the way, and that was trippy as hell to watch.
I love it. So,
I think that's when Rock just looks up and sees Ashley's
Yeah.
wearing a kaleidoscope and be like that. What on earth are you wearing? Why?
Do you like him? I think they're
You know
all
what?
good.
They're lovely. They suit you. They're perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. I love them.
I have just sent them in chat on Roll20 for you guys to have a look at. Unfortunately, I can't pop it out for our guests at home. I should have thought about this. But,
I
Oh,
beg
they're
your
so
pardon.
cool. They kind of look like the little forest spirits in Princess Mononoke, but with
Yeah.
black
sort of
bodies.
vibe. Yeah,
Yeah.
very much that sort of vibe. They are beautiful.
I love
creatures.
them.
And they're
I'm gonna have to draw some of them.
Mischievous little elementals.
Oh.
There's so many good things to draw from this session already.
Mhm.
I was watching Charlie and Wayne both when you were talking about the city born.
Oh, right.
It's like literally you could see Charlie's mind and mine both going, wait, so there are no restrictions in terms of mixing races?
Welcome to D&D.
Yeah.
Mechanically, how
Anyway.
we would do it is we'd probably use the... we'd box something together, it's fine. We'd come up with something fun.
My cool Dragonborn Kenku can finally happen.
It could very well happen. Yep.
Anyway, back to shopping.
Yes. Is there anything else that you want or need?
No, I think that's it for now. I can pick up my gun tomorrow morning, you said?
Yeah, or if you haven't got time, I'll get it sent over to you in the afternoon.
We are very busy.
No, I'm sure I can make time to come and pick it up. Anyway, we must go. We have to sort out outfits. There is a ball, you see, and we've been invited to the ball. It's kind of in our honour, really.
Very fancy. Well,
Yes.
well, have fun at your ball. Good luck with your shopping. I don't really know anything about that sort of thing, to be fair, so I can't really recommend who you should go and see.
Oh, wait, before we leave, I just have one question. Whereabouts in Cloud's Cairn is the best place to go for, like, books on magical things?
You want... hang on. He kind of flips over a book or two and kind of finds a piece of paper. Here we go. And pushes a flyer into your hand. You want Asterix Depository of Magic.
And that is...
That is, and he kind of points to the address. That's in the Merchants District. But Ash, I trust not to rip people off, even if I don't always get on with them. Some of the other vendors can be a little unscrupulous because they take side money from the magic schools.
Right. And should I mention that Perb is my uncle, or like generally, what do people think about him?
Well, Perb is well liked and well known. He's one of the bright blades, so yeah, I mention him. It's fine.
Just checking.
Take advantage of your family connections while you can. Unless he's done something really bad, in which case, don't mention him at all. But he's fine by me. He's always been a good customer.
Yep. Perv hasn't been problematic yet, so.
Despite his moniker.
despite Chris not seeing that coming. Right, well, if there's nothing else you guys need, you can mosey on to your next location.
I sort of bundle out the door saying thank you, holding like 6
Your 2
stars,
stars.
kaleidoscopes. And
Shoving
struggling
popping
to hold
candy
it.
into your mouth.
yeah.
Either side, with your kaleidoscope glasses, you hit either side of the door, and eventually Eugene kind of steps in and opens and pushes you through.
Glitter and flowers go everywhere.
Rock is going to watch Aisling struggle with all of this for a good 5 minutes, and then I'm just going to go, we bought a bag of holding.
She's already gone. She can't hear you.
All right, I'm just going to look at Eugene and go, we bought a bag of holding.
Yeah, I mean, she's not hurting anyone yet, so
There
just
is a
let
good
her.
chance she's going to take someone's eye out with one of those staffs, but
With
okay.
glitter and flowers.
I mean, it's a good way to
maybe
go.
we just let her go a few paces ahead in that case.
You just follow the trail of glitter and you'll find her.
Sounds about right for Aisling. Where are you going next? Are we doing collectively? Are we doing do we need because I need to go. I am going to pop off and see Rebecca.
That sounds ominous.
No, is Aisling sort of a little way ahead of us now?
I feel like I've sort of popped back in and I've had the ingenious revelation that we have actually bought a bag of holding, guys.
Oh, thank
yeah, you're
goodness
right.
you remembered.
Thank God, yes.
Terribly remiss of us.
What would we do without you, Aisling?
And then I'm going to hand it to Aisling, and then I'm also going to say, before I let go of it, by the way, don't be careful with it. You can't get in it, and don't put anything living in it. I'm just putting that out there now.
That was 100% going to be the very first thing that she would do.
What a surprise!
So it's very wise that you said that.
How did we lose Aisling? Aisling crawled into a bag of holding and realized she couldn't breathe or get herself out.
So yes. So, and I don't do that thing that people do with kids. Did you understand?
Holding it back.
Oh yeah, I'm still holding one of. I'm not letting
Now
go.
look at me in the eyes so that I know that you're listening to me.
Yeah, do not get in it or let anything live get in it. Got it?
Yep. Promise.
Okay, and I'll let go of the bag. And then I'm going to very quietly say to Eugene, I'm just going to go and find out if I can do a bit of research about a certain issue.
I feel like Aisling, I mean, you've got the highest perception in this group, and I think
she's thick as shit, but she can work stuff out when she needs to.
I think even you know that they are talking, when Rocky's trying to carefully talk about you and Alabaster.
Eugene
I don't know what she's going to do with that
about.
information. I feel like she's just going to sort of lurk.
Also, I have to go and post a letter. So I don't, if anyone else needs to go to the post place.
There's a post office.
Okay, going to post office.
ships to different parts of the scattered lands.
Wait, who are you sending mail to? And why do you need to see Rebecca? You're acting very
All your friends are
shady, Rock.
here. Who are you talking to?
To my sister, if you must know.
Oh,
Yes. Is that all right?
maybe.
Are you going to
We put
invite her
some
to the
glitter on the
ball?
letter.
No, I'm not going to invite her to the ball, but I try and sort of send her a letter now and then. And considering that we've been away for 6 bloody months, I need to let her know that we are okay. Well, that I'm
I mean,
okay.
but you
She
could
does-
invite her, right?
No.
Why
No,
not?
Because she's very far away and she won't come. So she
You
has.
don't know that until you ask.
Oh, believe me, I know she has obligations. Trust me. Yes, so I'm going to write her. Well, I need to post her a letter. I've written her the letter. And does anyone else need to send any post? No? Yes.
Nah.
No. Good. Okay, so I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to just pop past and see Rebecca, and then yeah. And then when we're back at Eugene's house, we can. I'll talk you through my ideas for your outfits for the formal ball.
Yes. Yeah.
Good. Right. Good. Okay. So I will leave you to do your own things for a while. Yes.
Did you want the sample of your study, me, to come with you to talk to Rebecca?
Well, no, it's not about you. It's about just finding out how we can find out some more information to help you. Because, well, short of just going into a library and saying I'd like to talk to you about demons, which quite frankly sounds like a door-to-door salesman.
Doesn't work. Doesn't work.
I thought
but
perhaps
that was my plan.
Well, yes, but you're good with books and things. I'd have to ask them, and then they'd start with the whole.
I'd need one with pictures, and
I'd
they're kind of hard to find.
Anyway, and Rebecca has been around for a while, so I thought perhaps I should just pop in and ask.
She's like a demigod or something, isn't she?
I know.
Okay. Well, can I come anyway? Because I might have some questions.
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay. Eugene, where will you be?
Well, I suppose I will go check out this depository place.
Okay, well, we'll meet you there then.
I mean, unless you need me to come with you.
I mean, you're welcome to come with. I mean, it literally, I'm just going to the post office and then to see Rebecca.
Sounds like such a normal weekend. Pop to the post office, go to Roy's, see Rebecca.
To talk about an ancient, unknowable creature.
Standard.
Standard
weekend.
I will just cast message, and in Rock's head will say, that's not like sending. There's no 25-word limit, right?
It's usually one sentence at a time with message because it's a cantrip.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will just say, just reminding you that we were going to go to Farkas's shop to get some information. But I also did think that maybe it's a good idea if we don't take Aisling when we do that.
I shall reply because I can, and I will just say,
you've got telepathy, so
yeah, and I'll just say, good thing you reminded me. Totally forgot about that. Okay, so how do we distract Aisling?
Well, maybe.
Easy.
Yeah, no.
I mean, we can.
Distract Aisling. Look, shine.
Laser pen.
I know, that's a very good point, feline trickster. Michelle just said, yeah, we're having this conversation in our heads while we're all just standing in the road.
Yeah,
Ashling's
I
like...
was going to make you roll a deception check, but
Man,
I feel like it's really obvious even to Aisling that two of you just
I've
staring
still
at
got
each
my
other.
glasses on.
Oh, that's
I've still
true.
got my glasses
In
on.
which case,
And I'm
you
like,
guys can make a deception check, and you can do it with advantage.
Okay, and
Yeah.
can I...
So I'm busy looking at everything else.
Oh god.
Or a sleight of hand
Oh,
check
God.
for casting spells. So
Where are my deception? Okay, I'll do that. So 17.
17.
5.
5.
Oh wait, with advantage.
Was that with
Yep.
advantage?
No, that wasn't.
No.
Mine
Um,
was.
Oh,
I rolled a
no, it's
2
still
the first
17.
17.
Does this have to beat my passive? Because my
It does
passive
have
is
to beat
17.
your passive.
Passive is 17.
So you beat 17, didn't you?
I got 17, so
Yes,
it meets beats.
So you don't see rock, but you are aware of the fact that Eugene kind of pulls out his copper wire and mumbles into it for a second.
We are so slick and effective. It's hilarious.
I don't know if I find it weird though.
I mean,
She notices,
Eugene's
but I don't know
definitely
if she
up to
finds
something.
it weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm planning a surprise party.
Who's it for? That's the surprise.
Yeah.
I think
don't
actually
wanna
the
ruin
most
the
she would do
surprise.
is like lean over and try and look at what Eugene's whispering at. Just try and look at what's in his hands. Just be like, what's that?
Aisling, would you, just look. Are you coming with me to the post office or not?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, not you, Aisling.
Yes.
You are okay. Great. Well, let's go. Let's go now. Eugene, we'll meet you back at the depository, and then we will figure out plans from there. Okay.
Okay.
Good. Great. Okay, Aisling, if you're coming with, I'm going now.
Cool.
Good. Look over here, shiny things. Come on.
With that, the three of you head in your respective directions, leaving Magic Odd Shop where you have found it.
I'm gonna dust some glitter on Rock's back as we leave off of my stuff though,
That's fine.
because
as
of
you-
the shade that's being thrown my way.
As the three of you part ways, we're going to take a quick break so that we can sort of stretch and do. I don't believe it's 5 o'clock. We managed 2
What have you been doing all this time?
That's gone so quickly. I love shopping episodes. I hope everyone watching loves shopping episodes.
hope
This
that
is
Yeah,
was
sorry,
interesting.
everyone.
I hope that was interesting for everybody. I know there was a lot, but yeah.
I think we've probably got fewer people watching today because last week we went, "Hey, shopping episode next week," and they were all like, "No."
shopping episodes are like my favourites on streams and podcasts with D&D anyway. So
Yeah, to be fair, that is always my favourite.
To be funny,
that's so much fun.
as a DM, it's always fun to try and come up with interesting places to shop and interesting characters to do. If you're just buying basic stuff, it's like, yeah, no, just take it out of the DM's book, take it off your goal. But for things like this, building a strange shop with a strange shopkeeper is fun. So.
Actually, that is one of the best
Strange,
things. Yeah.
thick shopkeeper.
That's one of the best things about shops in D&D and fantasy worlds in general is that the shopkeepers are usually like really cool characters. So it's
Yeah.
awesome.
I love it.
Cool. Okay, take a break.
Also, quick thank you to everybody in chat, particularly our wonderful friends from Wicked Game who are here keeping us, and Orchid Twilight. Thank you and welcome to the show.
Hi.
Hi.
Love you being here, and I'm really pleased that you're enjoying it. It's a strange episode to come in on, but if you're having fun, then we're doing our jobs properly, so that's good.
Well,
I'd love to say it's not.
Welcome.
I'd love to say it's not always this chaotic and unpredictable, but that would be a complete and utter lie.
Yeah, I'm not lying to people about things like that. Right, we're going to be 10 minutes. We'll be back at 5:10 for the second half of this wonderfully relaxed episode. Go and stretch, visit the loo, grab a drink, and we'll see you shortly. We are back. How are we all doing? I hope we all had something to drink, managed to stretch and walk about a little bit. Before our break, our intrepid adventurers had an amazing shopping experience, buying a whole plethora of goods, which was very fun. So,
Mostly complete and utter rubbish.
which I would expect nothing less from this trio of characters. Let's be honest.
Although I am very excited about having my pistol upgraded. I think that's awesome.
Very, very awesome.
Very cool. So, as we part, the three of them are heading in two different directions. Ashling and Rock are heading to the Citadel,
First to the post office.
First to the post office. Well, we're not going to do the post office. We're just going to assume that's...
Do we not want to roleplay
We're
waiting
not
in
gonna
line
meet
and buying a
the
stamp?
post office.
There is limits to the level of immersion that I can create in certain circumstances.
And quite frankly...
God damn it.
Can we roleplay filling out the customs form and our card isn't working?
No,
The woman tutting in behind you in the queue.
Yeah.
It does cost,
Anyway.
It does cost you 5 silver. And Ashley, if you want, you can make a perception check to see if you can work out what the address is.
100%. 100% I will do that.
It's a 15.
Yeah. 15?
15. Wayne, is Robbie trying to hide the letter?
I think he would probably... I think he would have already addressed the front to who it was going to, so I don't think you'd be able to see that, but you might be able to see the name on the back.
Name on the back. Okay, and make a
Is
sleight
that the
of
return?
hand.
Is that the return to sender name?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to find out your Christian name.
That was a 5.
So, no, you think...
Oh, wait, no, sleight of hand.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good at that. I like. Oh, it was a 10.
10. It's not enough to beat the perception check, however. So Ashley
No.
not only manages to read the back, but does get a glimpse at the name on the front as well. You can give one of the two names and the region it's being sent to.
Okay.
I'll give the region.
No, yeah. So on the front, the name that you can make out is Cambur, Cambur.
And the region is hang on 1 second. Tarnak.
Tarnak.
And the name on the back, the name that you can see is Lady Kiki.
Did we just discover Rock's drag name?
So that's what you get from it as that's going. Afterwards,
I was kind of hoping that your full name would be Rockery.
Rockery.
Can we spin off the adventures of Rockery and Gristle?
Yeah.
Yes!
I love that.
Oh my
Oh, I
goodness.
forgot about Gristle. Oh,
Anyway.
God bless Gristle.
Could be an enemies to lovers story.
Yes. So then we'll just leave that at the post office, shall we?
So after that, you make your way to the Citadel. It's going on for about early afternoon, I would have thought by now. Well, mid-afternoon, actually, because you guys had the fight this morning. It's actually all the same day as last episode. So.
Oh my god.
Does Ashling's flower staff have any limit on quite how flowery she can make stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it does stop working after a little while, and you kind of like, it has to
Thank God.
recharge.
Okay, she's definitely run the charge out very quickly then on the flower one.
So you probably run it out before you get to the post office.
No regrets.
The two of you make your way to the Citadel. You are actually allowed in whenever you want to go within the Citadel, within limits. So where you kind of let the people at the front desk know that you would like to see Rebecca. There's a young...
Rock flashes his badge, obviously.
Young halfling woman at the front desk. I don't think she was expecting you today, champions, but I'll check to see if she's got availability. Please bear with me. She disappears off.
Thank you.
And she comes back a little time later, and she smiles. She goes, "We're in lunch. She's just between meetings, and says she would love to speak to you, two of you, if you have."
Oh, wonderful.
And she shows you up to the familiar office of Rebecca Ryder, who is today. She looks like she's under a mountain of paperwork, and your interruption is probably quite welcome.
Yep.
She goes, thank you, Hilda. Could you please get us some coffee or tea for our two friends, and just let everybody know that I'll be a few minutes late to the next meeting.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. We didn't mean to interrupt.
Honestly, you are doing me a favour today.
Yeah, this looks dead boring, whatever this is.
This is the repercussions of a 6-month investigation into a mysterious isle. Unfortunately, eventually somebody wants me to sign paperwork that they've made. Anyway.
It will take Aisling a fresh second to work out which isle she's talking about.
Do you think we both pause and just wait for the penny to drop?
I think Rebecca has spent enough time with
and there it is.
Yeah. Come through here. She kind of takes you through to another little chamber where there's some more comfortable seating and things, and just say, so, how can I help?
I actually just wanted your advice. I mean, as we have, fairly recently learned, you have been around for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, we're trying to find out some information about sort of demonic entities, not necessarily bad demonic entities, just trying to find out a little more about some. We don't really have a lot of specifics to go by, so I wondered if there was anyone that may be an expert in that area that we could perhaps talk to, or...
Well, I mean, if you have some information, a name or a field that they're interested in, or any sort of markers or symbology that we can draw upon, that will help.
Aisling's looking at the box with her kaleidoscope glasses, and it's just like, I've got a demon in my brain, innit?
Oh, this is to do with you.
Yes. Yes, this has to do with Aisling. We just wanted to find out a little more information about Aisling's patron.
She gets up at that point and she kind of moves to the antechamber. She just pulls the door to, just kind of checks that nobody's come into her office or anything, and just pulls the door to. And she turns around and she goes, Aisling, with your permission, I can have a look and just to check to see if you're in any immediate danger.
Oh, yeah. Yes, please.
And she goes, and
I'm not good at working that stuff out myself, apparently.
so what I'm about to do, I would rather stay between the three of us and maybe Eugene, but not be common knowledge.
Okay.
And she sighs and she steps to a broader, more open part of the room, and she suddenly glows.
Oh.
And huge spectral wings of a silvery starlight appear behind her.
Of course they do.
Rock definitely clutches at his pearls.
She reaches out her hand and just gently places a thumb on Aisling's forehead and kind of closes her eyes and thinks for a second. Well, there is a fiendish energy. It does not seem to be malevolent. It's just there.
Good.
Good. And you say you entered into a pact with this demon.
Yeah, it was all like on purpose.
Do you have the particulars of that deal? Because that does make a difference. Do they have a name?
Alabaster.
Alabaster. So she writes some things down. Her wings, after about a minute, her wings kind of vanish, but there's still a kind of a slight glow about her for a few seconds afterwards as well.
That's very. That's quite impressive, really.
That was really pretty.
Oh, I mean, it's not really any different from some of the things that Tiefling do, or Ashley, actually, for that matter. But yes, thank you.
What?
I appreciate it.
Well, I've never seen her glow and sprout enormous golden wings.
Yes,
I
she is
can
immune to
glow.
magic. No, you are immune to magic, though. You're highly resistant to magic, which is incredibly useful.
Yeah, but I want to glow.
And a tiefling, when angry, can blow people up. So
Why can't I do that?
Also, I could probably make you glow. I mean, not permanently, but anyway.
Anyway, so your name is the creature. The name of the entity in question is Alabaster.
Yeah.
Have they shown you any iconography or anything that is linked to them at all, or told you anything about them?
I sort of saw some of their plane at one point.
Show the box.
Yeah, this as well.
She looks confused for a second. She goes, "Oh, there seems to be. Have you counted how many?" She kind of looks and goes, "Oh, yes. Well, I mean, I don't need to tell you that it's a puzzle box.
No, I've already put like a couple of bits in it.
There appears to be 5 pieces missing still.
Oh.
Right, 5 pieces missing. Good.
And I presume, and this is my assumption, that they want you to find the 5 missing pieces.
Yeah, he says that that's gonna like help him get his power back.
And again, I don't sense any malevolence from this box, but there is definitely fiendish power.
But that's not necessarily like a bad thing.
Oh no, we found out quite some time ago that fiends are just different. They're not any more good or evil than any celestial being or fey creature.
I mean, I would say
I like him.
Aisling has already a little indelicately addressed this with her patron about
what you mean.
Eugene's misgivings. To be fair, Aisling's patron has expressed that they would never cause any harm to Aisling or her friends. And I do feel like, considering the battles that we have been in recently, if they had wished harm to us, they could have the perfect opportunity to have done so.
And he helped by making like loads of imps
come out of Aisling's.
Come out of.
Yeah,
that was me. Well, it was him, but it was also me.
Don't do it again. Bear with. I'll see if I can fix the echo.
Okay, have I still got an echo now? This breaks the illusion. Wayne and I actually live in the same house, so that's probably why you're
Plot
picking up
twist.
a little bit of echo. How's that? Right, so.
Yeah, so I think my main concern is just that we don't really know what the end game is.
As you probably wouldn't know.
And we also don't know why someone has imprisoned them, which is a little concerning.
Yeah, some people seem pretty keen to get hold of the box as well.
Oh yes, missed that part out. We have been attacked for people trying to capture the box.
Yeah.
That would make sense. It is an item of power. Did they say what they particularly wanted?
Chris will have to remind me if they did.
They wanted the box.
I was going to
say,
they
wanted the box.
As far as I remember, it was just the box.
Yeah, they really, really wanted it.
I cannot separate this from you. I feel like this is tied to your patron's gift and your abilities through that gift. However, should you feel that your life is under too much threat, you must let me know, Aisling, so that we can do what we can to protect you.
Okay, but that wouldn't stop me being able to talk to Alabaster, would it?
We'd need to cross that bridge when it came to, but I would try and avoid that. If Alabaster means you no harm, it is entirely possible that they may be benevolent or simply looking for assistance themselves.
Just seems kind of like he just wants to get powerful and just get what is his back. Like, it doesn't seem like he wants to do anything nefarious.
I mean, he did say that he was going to remove the people who did this to him.
He did use the word remove, yeah, which was a bit ominous.
Presumably these people are the people who are also looking for the box.
Do you reckon they're the Same.
Well, I don't know. I think that's why we're trying to find out a bit more, because we don't actually know who put him in there. Why? Was it for our safety or to get rid of him because they were nefarious? Or
Yeah,
so
like
we're,
what did he do to justify getting put in the box like that?
I'm just going to put my hand on Ashling's shoulder and just say, but we're not going to attempt to do anything or take anything away from Ashling unless she is in danger and wants to.
At this point, it may cause more harm than good to do that, so we will cross
Yes,
that bridge as we need to. Now, and she gets you to describe the realm that you want to. So for the people who were not present for that episode, Aisling describes a dark realm with falling ash both under and a sort of like gritty sort of dead land underneath. The only thing that she saw was a large alabaster stone throne with words carved in it in something that looked like infernal but was far older and less of a language and more of a feeling of power.
Was that text something I was able to read? Because I can read all languages.
You were not able to read it.
Okay, I couldn't remember
Either.
whether or not we've been able to do that.
Well, I don't think you had that ability from that. And since when you've kind of thrown your mind back with that ability, you've still not been able to discern it. So either it is not legible unless you actually know the language, which there are some mystical languages that do that, or Alabaster has stopped you from reading it.
Rude.
It could be something personal or... or something that he's not ready for you to see yet.
Okay.
She kind of takes that all in. She actually jots some notes down. Excuse me one moment. And she kind of touches a ring. Ellie, could you come in for me for a second? And the door opens with a soft knock, and a human woman in her early 20s, like mousy brown hair, quite nicely cut, like quite pretty, kind of pokes her head and she says, you called Rebecca? Yes. Could you please organise a sending meeting with Damrith, the Eternal Librarian?
I think we just found Eugene's career opportunity. An eternal librarian.
I know, thank God Eugene's not here. He would have just imploded into a sort of scattering of leaves and paper.
What was the name of this person again, sorry?
Damrith, the Eternal Librarian.
To be fair, Damrith sounds like an HR person, but sure. Oh, absolutely. And Ellie kind of just, I will try and get that organised with him as possible. Is there anything particular? Yes, tell him I will need him to be able to access tomes on ancient and lost creatures of fiendish variety, demons and devils primarily, and maybe creatures from outer planes. Leave this with me. Damrith is one of the smartest people in the world. If anyone can find out any information about this Alabaster, it will probably be him. I will get back to you as soon as I know more. Or if I can convince Damrith to come here, I will arrange a meeting. Oh, that's so kind of you. I mean, I was just hoping you could sort of point us in the right direction, but this is more than we could have asked. I mean, and I'm sure Eugene will be very excited to meet the Eternal Librarian.
I'm certain that
fan.
Eugene and Damrith will get on like a house on fire.
I would imagine so, yes.
Is there anything else I can do for you? How is preparations for the ball going?
Good. I have plans. Well, I mean, we have plans, obviously. I have plans for the outfits. Eugene and Aisling have never attended a formal occasion, so...
she kind of leans together because, to be honest, I'm not very good at them, but they're important. So do not feel you're obliged to behave in any particular way other than be yourself.
Oh, thank God.
No,
Okay,
no.
right.
We
yep,
must be
that
on our best
overwrites
behavior.
everything that Rock has ever said to me, and now I can just be myself.
I mean, you don't have to pretend you're someone else.
She's the mayor.
Yeah, I know she is, but she's also been
And
around a long
also,
time.
like,
I know, and
part
we're trying
God,
to make our reputation. Like, good God. Anyway, but yes, plans are coming along fine. In fact, Aisling, if you don't mind, when we leave here, if you would pop to the Adventurers Guild to give our formal RSVP, that would be ideal, because it said on the letter we have to do that. So.
Okay.
But yes, Rebecca, thank you so much. And he's going to bow awkwardly. We won't take too much of it.
I'm an official. I'm not a lady or a queen or anything. You don't need to bow to me. I'm just a man.
You do realise we just sat here and watched you glow and sprout enormous golden wings. Yes?
Yeah.
You have a floating crystal horn. We're none of us actually very normal people.
You haven't seen his tail yet.
I don't have. Oh God. Anyway, we were just leaving.
Let that go.
Yes, thank you.
To see you both. Give my love to Eugene.
And we will, and I'm sure. Please do let us know anytime that you have anything to share with us, and likewise, we shall do the same if it is of any use to you. But we do appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Naturally.
I think as if we're leaving now, I think I might sort of hang back a little bit just to sort of briefly have a little word with Rebecca.
Yeah, she's open for you doing so.
Just as Rock's going, just be like, so right, so all this, it's not like bad that I've got Alabaster, is it?
It may not be bad. It may just be a thing, but it would be better for us to know what Alabaster's intentions are.
Okay. And like looking into it, I'm not gonna like lose him right away, am I?
No, I shouldn't imagine so, unless he feels that he needs to go. He's been with you so far.
Okay.
You're a warlock, Aisling. I mean, there are prices and payments involved in those transactions, but not all of them are bad, and some warlocks have been some of the greatest heroes this world has ever seen.
Okay.
Look up.
Okay. I just wanted to check because, like, I've never spoken to other people about Alabaster properly before, and this is the first time people have like talked to each other about it.
If you ever need to just talk about it, my door is open.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, I know you're not the biggest reader in the world.
Nah.
What gave her that impression?
If you have the time, look up Rook Hearn.
Rook Hearn.
Rook Hearn. I think you'll find him fascinating.
I write that in my epic sketchbook that I got.
The Legends of Rook Hearn. You will find it quite enlightening.
Is it it stories?
It's a tale about a warlock who changed his fate.
Ooh. Is it pictures?
Some of the books. She smiles.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna catch up with Rock now. I put my glasses back on and catch up with Rock.
There's a thump as Ashley bumps into the wall in Rebecca's office and then kind of finds the door and leaves.
Yep.
From there, we will jump across the city to the Merchants District, where Eugene, clutching a piece of paper and double-checking every step that they go, comes across a rather busy merchant's lane, laden with all sorts of goods and brokers and hawkers and the likes, to a modest-looking storefront of blue stone, decorated in simple but elegant fashion with like little tiny glass mosaic halfway up the building in different sort of channels, and at the top it says Ashdrakes, repository of magical knowledge. It is a bookshop of all sorts, but mostly you can see in the back a number of different magical tomes and histories and research materials.
I think Eugene sort of stops outside for a minute and sort of gives himself a little pep talk, because he's very aware that he didn't think about this when he left the other two, but this is the first time he's had to do anything by himself, like go shopping or like talk to people he doesn't know without like Rock or Aisling. So he just kind of gives himself a little pep talk and then takes a deep breath and goes in.
There's a little tiny bell that tinkles as you kind of go in, and you find yourself in. It's like a narrow building, and there are books upon books upon books upon books. It's one of those wonderful bookshops where you can smell the dust and the knowledge of ages, kind of creeping into, like, kind of lighting up your brain with excitement and anticipation. There is leather and like some cloth fronted, some vellum. Everything, scrolls and that, and from behind on a high counter with her legs crossed across over is a very pretty, quite well voluptuous, I suppose if we use that. No, a well balanced woman with curly black hair. Sparkling blue eyes and dark skin, and she.
Dang, this city's got so many hot people.
I know, right?
What is it? What is going on?
Usually it's like, oh god, she's beautiful. No, this is going to be even more difficult.
I know. Now the pressure's really on.
Oh no! We just went from thick big arms to this.
She turns in the chair and she smiles at you and looks over and goes, "Well, hello, dear. If you need anything at all, just let me know. But I know that you tend to want to browse. But if you do have something specific, let me know. I may have it in stock. If not, I have very good connections both in Daklan and in the Empire, and I can probably get it here within 2 weeks."
Oh, great. Good to know. Actually, I am sort of looking for something in specific, but I don't know what that thing is precisely, if that makes sense.
She kind of goes and snaps the book and steps down, and you can see that she's a little shorter for than you kind of anticipated because she's up on this stool, but she's still quite a presence. Like, and she's wearing quite like flowy robes and like a scarf of bright colours over top. So every time she moves, it's designed to make her look like she flows through the shop. She goes, "Those are my favourite types of challenges."
Okay, good.
Let's start with the bookmark and narrow it down, shall we?
Well, I am looking to find out some more about demonic entities.
Summoning or removing, or just understanding. We don't judge here. We some of our demonic friends are very friendly.
I'm not sure what needs to be done. I'm just looking for information, I suppose, to begin with.
Why don't you tell me a little bit about this demon or demonic entity, and we will see what we can do about it. And rather than get you to describe what you know about Alabaster, I think we'll abstract that a little bit. Otherwise, we're going to make the poor people in the stream.
He's a Pisces.
I think he mentions the realm of dust and shadows, and asks, because I think he wants to know more about that, and he wants to know generally more about like demonic contracts, rather than actually about Alabaster, because I feel like I could just ask Alabaster.
Yeah. Well.
So what he's really trying to get information on is where Alabaster comes from, who else might be involved, like if there's other people from that realm that might be involved, like
So
about contracts.
Yeah, sorry. No, please continue.
And I also wanted to know about Farkas's closet. So I remembered that he actually mentioned the box and wanted the box for his master. So I was wondering if there's any way I could find out more about closets as well. Sorry, I know it's quite a lot.
No, that's really good. So I'm actually going to borrow something from a DM that I love, which is Jonathan Fry. And we're going to give you a history or arcana check, your choice, with advantage because she's helping you. And we'll do a research roll. And based on what you get, you can ask me some questions about Alabaster or the nature of fiends in this world.
Okay.
Ooh, love that. It's like Monster of the Week mechanics.
25.
25, right. You may ask me one very complicated answer and 3 simple answers.
Ooh!
Okay.
This is more exciting than pocket money for Eugene.
So
I know, right?
So ask me a question along those lines of something very complicated that you want an honest answer to, and 3 simpler things related to that might.
Okay. How would I find out who the master of a demonic being is?
So that one I'm going to give you for free because I feel like you would know that already. You would probably need to talk to Farkas Bench about the spell that they used and they drew from, and they would be from the entangling elements of the spell. You may pick up that demon's particular boss, I suppose is probably the best way to describe them. So yeah, we'll give you that one for free.
Okay. Then I guess what can we find out about the realm of dust and shadows?
See, excellent. I think that's your complicated question.
Yeah.
So you don't find anything specific about a realm of dust and shadows. You know from things that we've talked before, there are very many sub-realms and demi-planes and things that attach to the world, and this is where many of the gods and beings of power hide. They are referred to as the ways or the paths. It's not as commonly followed a thought, but it used to be believed magic itself runs from the multiverse down these channels into the world. It's a bit of something that's kind of been abandoned in modern ages because everything's a bit more technically minded, so they're drawing from the magic immediately around them. What you do find, which is quite curious, and it's in a very old book about potentially lost gods and deities, is it talks about many of these realms having thrones, and if a being sits upon those thrones, they can take command of that realm and all the power that comes with it. It is theorized that the gods of this world have thrones like these seats that are described. But again, no one can prove it. And the gods are way quieter than they used to be in ages past and will not share that information.
Okay.
So you still have 3 simpler questions if you want. If you don't want to think about, if you're feeling a bit on the spot now and you want to ask me later, we can do that, or I can go and see what the others are up to and we can come back to you. Anything that makes you comfortable.
Yeah, maybe come back to me in a second.
Awesome. In which case, Rock, I'll come to you in a second, Aisling. Rock, having managed to convince Aisling to go off to the Adventurers Guild, where does Rock head to?
I would head to Ashdrake's to try and Ashdrake, to try and meet Eugene.
So you find yourself. I think Eugene, you're probably deep in research when you hear the bell go, and you hear Ash kind of go, "Hello and welcome, 2 visitors in one afternoon. It must be new school season or something. Why, aren't you a handsome gentleman? How can I help today?"
Stop. Aren't you charming? My name is Rock. I'm actually looking for a friend of mine called Eugene. He was coming here to find out some information, possibly.
She just points to a pile of books beside her, and you can just see that this pointed hat coming back and forth.
He's probably read all of those by now, hasn't he?
Not quite, but he's doing very well.
Yes. Eugene?
He doesn't answer.
This guy's iPod's in.
Yeah.
Oh God. I'm going to go over and literally tap the top of his hat.
Hey, you could have just said something.
I did.
He did.
Oh.
See? Right. Now, Aisling has gone to give our RSVP to the Adventurers Guild, so we have a short amount of time. So
great.
I thought I would just check in with you if you did want us to go to visit the small thing, the closet.
Yes, I think it's a good idea, and I've realised that I suggested that we should go there, but then I remembered that the closet, if you remember, I know it was a little while ago, but I read back through my notes, and so the closet was looking for Aisling's box to give to his master, so that's why I suggested that maybe it wasn't a good idea that Aisling
I do
came with
remember
us.
he did know the box was kind of desirable for some reason.
Yeah, he wants to give it to his master, so
yes,
it seems.
Box. And she disappears off and kind of starts climbing up a couple of ladders.
Anyway,
She's helping.
Good. I'm glad. Rebecca was very helpful. Not with a huge amount of information currently. However, did do some of her demigod stuff, and apparently is sufficiently satisfied that Alabaster is not attempting to, I don't know, consume Aisling or anything nefarious at the moment, anyway. But also, Rebecca has said she's contacting someone called Demeter, the eternal librarian.
Is that Rock misremembering or Wayne?
Yes.
Fine, I will let it ride.
Yes. So anyway, but yes. So the eternal librarian, who apparently is a huge, knowledgeable source, and anyway. So yes. So Rebecca's.
Wait. Eternal librarian.
Yes, I know.
That's
I
a
thought
job position.
Yes, you have to be 3,000 years old to take it. Anyway, now, so yes, so she.
I might live that long.
Yeah, one day. But focus now.
Okay,
yes.
sorry, yes.
So Rebecca is going to try and find out some information, and will let us know if she manages to find out some information. I think Aisling was a little. I think she's a little unnerved by all of this, but I felt like Rebecca had managed to put her mind at ease a little.
Okay, good.
As you two finish, Ash comes back and she plonks a very old-looking tome with a woodcut cover. And the cover is covered in infernal runes and has what looks like an angel and a demon kind of locked in arms locked and looking away from each other.
How did she get my diary?
And she opens up and goes, now, I'm sure I saw it in this. This is a collector's item, by the way, so you two, just because you're my favourite customers today, are getting to see this for free. Also,
have you had any other customers today?
That's beside the point.
Don't ruin the illusion.
She opens up and finds a page with a very ancient-looking drawing of a familiar-looking puzzle box.
That's it. That's the box.
What is this book? What?
So this is a treatise on the lost gods of this world.
Right.
And this is known as the Seal of the 13th Seat.
I think Rock/Wayne immediately looks to Eugene/Theo and says, I take some notes because I won't remember this.
Not a lot's known about the 13th seat, but it is believed at one point there were 13 major gods instead of 12.
Oh, I had read about that, but I've never heard of the...
But
what was it, the soul of the 13th seat?
But if there is actually a god associated with it, or whether this being is something entirely different, I can't say. And this is all speculation based on old legends and mythology, and this book is not known as the most reliable.
Right, and what does that have to do with the box, though?
Well, it says here that a path to finding a way to the 13th seat is sealed in this box.
Right, so that
Okay,
makes sense if
It's
Alabaster wants
very
to
important
get
that
to
we
it.
don't let this get into the wrong hands.
The good news on that side, Rebecca looked at the box and did whatever she does, and basically there are still 5 pieces missing. So at least we're not about to complete it ourselves. But if somebody else happens to have those other pieces...
You have this box?
No?
Well, and theoretically speaking, only we don't have.
Look, I know adventurers do some very weird things, and they don't always want things to be public knowledge. But if you have this, I would love to see it.
If we ever come across it, I will be sure to
Great
let
save,
you know.
guys. Great save.
Very small shop.
I'm going to just say in Eugene's head, I'm just going to say, okay, perhaps we should take this conversation elsewhere.
Just one more question. Theoretically speaking, what? Say that the box was broken, and we did manage to fix it. That would then, theoretically speaking, we'd be able to access the 13th seat.
Well, I mean, or certainly find
Like
out.
that would be the end goal of repairing a box.
Yeah, I mean, but if it's a puzzle box, maybe it's got directions inside or a key to open some, like a portal or something to the 13th seat. That would be my expectation. These things have a tendency to be blown up by mythology, and that I would deeply expect that what you would find in there is it's probably something like Chris's brain has just gone, a reliquary to one of the priests of this lost god, or something belonging to one of its heroes, or something along those lines. So valuable in terms of archaeological insight, but not para-dimensional or anything along those lines.
So we're not just going to open it and it's going to be like bad news.
I think so. I mean,
if it's just got something, sort of archaeological inside it, why would it be, particularly desirable or sought after, and people chasing after it?
Well, then that's the next bit of the puzzle, isn't it?
Theoretically.
I mean, people will chase down things like this for any reason. Like they might just want to sell it on. They make some money off it. Some of them might be cultists that believe this stuff. It's hard to say.
Also, a further, obviously, clear, it's a completely hypothetical question. If, say, we did have a box and we wanted to find the rest of the pieces to said box, is there a spell or a magical item?
Or a map, perhaps, like something, little
like
marks on
a
it.
ritual?
I mean,
locate object, something like
locate
that.
object would work, but you'd need to be in the near vicinity of it. You could scry on it. It is easier to scry on things when you have a more than a passing familiarity of it, but it is not without reason to be able to kind of make that sort of association. There are some higher level spells that can take you directly to things that you are familiar with.
Okay, well, thanks for your hypothetical assistance.
But this has been fun and exciting, and if there is any books or anything you actually need to purchase, please let me know. I would love to get them in for you.
I will definitely.
Very kind. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Ash.
It's
Oh,
on
you're
the shop.
actually Ash. Oh, I see. All right, I didn't.
Ash Drakespawn.
It's very nice to meet you. Lute said we should pop by.
He did he?
Well, no, he's very complimentary and said your shop was definitely the best place for us to come looking for information.
It's very kind of him to say so. If he could pay his alimony, that would be even better. He's my ex-husband, and he's had a couple of rough months. But don't worry, that's personal stuff. I shouldn't even have said anything. I'm just a little miffed. Right?
Well, he's definitely got money because we just made a
he
purchase.
does now.
I'm going to elbow Eugene.
Well, I'm sure he's putting together a package for his daughter right now.
I'm sure he is, and I'm sure we don't need to get in the middle of marital problems. Anyway, so Eugene, shall we go now before you destroy some more relationships?
Yeah, that's
let's
probably
go.
a good idea.
Thank you very much, Ash.
Don't think ill of him. He's incredibly skilled and talented. We weren't right for each other.
Oh, no. I have nothing to do with us. I'm sure you two just... right, come on.
You're both his type, so...
Right, well,
Okay,
we should probably go right now.
It's lovely to meet you. Bye. Okay, yeah.
And with that, she just kind of shows you out.
Trying to get information and you've gone on the pull.
As soon as we're out the door, I'm going to say, oh, dear gods, Eugene, can you not go anywhere without getting involved with someone or having a romance?
What do you mean?
Stop slut shaming Eugene.
I didn't do anything.
I mean, we pitched up at a random tavern in some godforsaken place. Within 5 minutes, you've got that Gristle boy falling over himself for you. And now we come here, and I leave you alone for 5 minutes on your own in a bookstore, and you're breaking up marriages. And apparently,
his name is Gris, and you know that.
Look, well, this is no time to talk about him. Why did you bring him up? Let's go and find out what we need to do from the closet. Come on.
Oh, God.
Eugene sighs heavily and follows.
Oh.
I think we're going to jump across to Aisling briefly and see what Aisling is up to, and then we'll meet you back at the closet. We're going to overrun a bit today, guys. Is that all right with everybody? And go to past. Is that fine? If it's not, I can just extract. We can just jump on to next week's episode.
Hopefully it'll be okay. I might be getting very pestered by a dog by the time we get to about 15:15.
Charlie's got dog to feed.
That's okay. If we love our fur babies on this show, so we can put up with that. If you're okay and comfortable.
And she has an excellent internal clock. Yeah. So.
Alright, cool. You can tell her it is my fault.
Bulba, it's his fault.
Oh God, don't do that. Well, we'll try and wrap up as fast as we can.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So, Aisling, what are you up to whilst these two are busy doing that? Do you actually go to the Adventurers Guild?
Yeah, I'm very proud that I've been given a task and left on my own to do it.
Dietry...
Oh no, it was just because we wanted to get rid of her.
Yep.
The guilt.
So the guild is as busy as it always is. There are a number of familiar faces in there. Like a few people raise a glass to you or kind of ask how you are because they haven't seen you for a week or so. Neve is behind the counter, behind the bar as always, and Dietrich is sitting with her, going over accounts for the bar with her. And you can see, you can tell by her body language, this is not going well for Dietrich, and if he tries to cut her costs on one other area, she is going to stab him. Being her adoptive father or no.
Forgot how hardcore Neve is.
Yeah. And she kind of looks at you and goes, oh, well, we can end this argument later with me winning, because you can talk to Aisling now. And she can literally just turns him on the stool by the head and goes off to kind of go and do something else. And he kind of looks confused for a second. He goes,
Hi.
I wasn't winning that argument. I'm lying to myself if I believe otherwise. Hello, Aisling dear. How are you?
Hi. That looked fun.
It's just that time of month. We're just checking our profits and margins and stuff, and it's always tense.
Oh.
Believe it or not, despite your opinion of Neve, she actually always tries to get more for running this side of the business, because she wants to make sure you're all well fed and taken care of, and she's right to do so. But
Aww, she loves us secretly.
she loves you in her own way. Yes. Anyway, you didn't come to hear my woes. What can I do for you?
I've been told to come and tell you that we are RSVPing as yes.
Excellent.
To the ball.
Did the three of you come up with a name yet?
My ideas weren't well received.
No.
Well, I mean, obviously you need to kind of go with something that resonates with all three of you, but it would be quite nice to have something official in writing before the ball itself. So
I don't think they'd be happy with me if I put dragon tossers on it. So we shouldn't do that one.
I won't lie to you. On a scale of 1 to the worst, it's not the worst, but it isn't up at the best either.
Imagine the announcement at the really fancy ball.
the little bugle.
Maybe that was your note that you said this morning. You couldn't understand what that note was that you'd written, and all you could read was Dick Pocket. Maybe that was it. Maybe it was another name.
No!
Dick pockets.
Yeah.
Why did I write Dick Pocket? What does it mean?
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Just insane.
Anyway, I'll tell you what you can do for me, though. You can settle a couple of points. There have been a couple of individuals who have been seen with you working. I just want to clarify what their relationship is to your little group of adventurers. Whether they're just concerned individuals who are helping you out, or actual members of your group. A halfling with very, to quote, pretty blonde hair, seemed to be quite good with a dagger and a rapier.
I mean, Chris is going to have to remind me who
Garrick.
this is.
Gary!
Garrick!
I mean, to be fair, you weren't there.
Yeah, Aisling had been kidnapped.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go. That would make sense as to why I don't really remember that person
You did
very
meet
much.
and spend some time with him, though. No, so,
Yeah.
Um,
Not member of the group. We're quite exclusive in who's in the group, but a good guy.
Excellent, good to know. So he's not a member of your party, just a friend. That's
Yeah.
good to know, just so we're not paying people that should be paid.
Okay.
A tiefling in a large poncho with multiple horns, dark hair, and very pink skin.
Is that Skia?
Skia, is she a member of to be considered a member of the association? Or?
I mean, she saved our asses like enough times to be considered an honorary member.
Honorary member.
Sure.
So she's not a direct affiliate, but I will make sure that if she claims any association with you, we can just correct and say she is an honorary member and a friend. Excellent.
100%. I mean, we tried to get her to be a member, but like her OG group were just like, nah, you can't have her.
Often
so we
happens. I mean, scouting for new talent is always difficult.
Yeah, we tried, but yeah, if there's like expenses to go somewhere, she's not going to complain. She could just buy more daggers. Like,
Fair enough. Well, we'll keep an eye out. If she does a pop up again, we'll make sure that she's on the books properly for you for the future. Excellent. Well, that was all I needed. And you said you want to RSVP officially, but if you can get me a group name as soon as you possibly can, that would be wonderful.
I feel like I should check with them first. As much as I want to tell you all the ones that I've got, that would be they wouldn't like that.
That is more than fair. I mean, I think perhaps I have worked with the three of you enough to know that I can feel Rock's facial expressions from here.
Yeah, me too. It's a bit stingy.
Well, it was an absolute pleasure to see you, Aisling. Have you eaten? Do you need anything at all?
I mean, I'll take a little bag of cheese.
A cheese board. I'll get you a cheese board to
Just
go.
put it in a thingy so I can take it with me. I have a bag.
Oh my god, she's got a bag of holding.
The holding's gonna be full of cheese.
That's amazing.
Oh, dear, if someone
It's
could
just my
clip
portable
that for me.
fondue set now. We can't put anything else in here.
Oh my
Actually,
God.
why is every time I open the bag of holding do I get a handful of molten cheese?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, that's perfect. Fill it with cheese
Yes,
is
Michelle,
the group
fill it
name,
with
yeah.
cheese is the new group name.
And you are given a healthy portion of cheese and crackers, which I think Dietry tries not to look perplexed at, as you just immediately put it in that bag of holding to see if it works. And we will cast ourselves back to our other two friends who are now in the fog ring, near where Farkas Bench had his research shop. The little back alley is a lot cleaner and more well put together. There are flowers up in it. And the fog ring is still one of the more depressed areas of the city. There's a lot less money flows this way. But you can at least see someone is trying to make a difference, make an effort. And you're surprised to find Farkas is actually in the alley, sweeping. They look healthy, happy. Their shop looks clean and has a number of different things in front of it, and looks like they're doing okay for themselves. And as you kind of approach, they stop and they stand up. They look towards you and smile with big broad. Oh! It's really good to see you both. I heard that you went missing, and are you all better now? Are you back? What? I mean, do you want a cup of tea? I'll just get Ingrid to kind of put the kettle on, and I'll help. And how are you both?
Well,
I think
alive.
we're here, yes. Eugene just hears in his head Rock saying, "Do you want to tell him that we've actually come to talk to his closet and not him, or shall I?"
Well, actually, I was just thinking that maybe we talk to him and not the closet. Because he's the
Fine.
one that hired the closet, right? So he's the one that holds the contract.
I suppose that makes sense.
There's this awkward silence from Farkas's position. He's kind of like, are they broken? Did I say something awkward?
You need to gesture. You need to learn how to gesture.
Dungeon bees.
Dungeon bees.
I'm terribly sorry. I was
yes,
just,
tea sounds
just thinking about tea.
wonderful.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Wonderful. Please pull up and he kind of points to some actually quite well made, like half barrel seats that kind of been made quite comfortable. Just pull up a couple of seats, and we'll be with you as soon as we can. And he kind of goes, Ingrid, we've got some visitors. Could you put the kettle on for me, please? And I'll get some leaves out. And you hear, I don't take orders from you. I am the broker, but I will put a cup of tea on because I want one myself. And you see,
I love it.
And you see this little tiny horn, bug-eyed, demonic thing kind of skitter across in front of you, and the two of you kind of sit and have a few moments to yourself.
So,
I have no idea what's going on now. What do you mean we talk to him and not the closet? I thought we were seeing the closet.
Well, yes. I mean, that was my initial plan, but it
See, this is what happens when you
me
don't go without Aisling, guys.
that the one who actually took out the contract was probably Farkas. Also, I don't know what the rules are, but maybe the closet isn't going to tell us who his master is, maybe, and maybe Farkas can. I don't know.
Right, yes, okay, I suppose that's fair. Right, well...
But we definitely shouldn't really give away the fact that Aisling has the box anywhere near this.
Right, no mention of the box. Got it, okay. Right,
Maybe.
you can do the talking.
Oh, God. Are you sure that's wise?
Well, I mean, I do occasionally. I know it doesn't happen often, but occasionally I have the habit of saying things that are not terribly well filtered from brain to mouth. So it's just perhaps better if you do the talking. Also,
Okay.
can I stand? These barrels are ridiculous. I'm sitting on a barrel. It's just, I mean, what is this, poverty? I just...
What is this poverty?
At this point, you kind of look around and you realise that Farkas, in the time that you've been away, has built this into a little bit of a cute tea room.
All right, it's quite cute, but still.
Just sit on the barrel. It's just
Look,
for 5 minutes.
I don't trust him.
So Farkas comes out with a couple of pots of tea and some different leaves for you to choose from, and pops them down. Right, before I get to whatever you need, I just wanted to say, and I didn't have an opportunity to do so, thank you. I was in a terrible place when I met you all, and I did terrible things. And what you made me face has helped me turn my life around. My mother is getting better. He kind of pulls up the edge of his robe. He goes, and you can see there's a little glyph kind of carved into a leather band. Because I'm still working with the City Watch, and I will pay my dues entirely. But I have been able to get this better, turn my business around, start making proper money. And I just wanted you to know that it's because of what you made me face. And I owe you. So if there's anything I can do to help whatever you're working on at the moment, I would be delighted to help.
Well, actually, it's funny you should say that, because there may be something that you could do to help.
Of course.
Our current situation. We were hoping to talk to you about how you acquired your Ingri.
Oh, yes. I summoned Ingri as a familiar when I was still practicing as a mage. I might still have the original spell written down if you want to see it.
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah, and they kind of like, okay, bear with me, and then they disappear inside, and they're just kind of rattling around. It goes, here it is, and they come out with a battered spell book. It's actually got a little bit of a burn on the edge, which you recognise is probably done by one of you when you were fighting them before. But they kind of cheerfully hand it over. Goes, please, and it kind of opens up. Goes, it's towards the front, and there you go. These are the terms. This is what my mentor taught me. These are the terms that principal. I mean, you're much more skilled than I am, so I'm talking the basics at somebody who's professional. That's ridiculous of me. I'll shut up now. And he hands over what is a fine familiar spell, but particularly attuned to summoning a fiend, particularly a devil. In this particular instance, Ingri the Broker, as he is now known. You can do an Arcana check on the spell to see if you can pick up any nuances.
Yeah.
While that's happening, can I to keep my eyes out to see what Ingri is doing, if they're around and listening and stuff, just in case.
Ingri has set up on the windowsill and is watching you with a cheeky grin, and then with a surreptitious, long taloned finger to a lip, they reach out behind a little leather sack that they've got, pull out a cake that they're clearly not supposed to have, and then start eating it behind Farkas's back, pulling obscene gestures at the wizard as they do.
How do I acquire an Ingri?
As soon as Ingri
Well, I have the spell.
As soon as Ingri does that, I think Rock is just kind of taking a sip of tea as he watches this, and as soon as he starts eating it and making obscene gestures, Rock just goes, sorry.
Oh, you okay, Rob?
Sorry.
Is the tea to your liking?
Oh, I'm fine. No, I'm fine. The tea is perfect. Sorry, it was just a random leaf. It's my own fault, totally. My own fault. Eugene?
I rolled a 21 on the
21.
Arcana check.
So you kind of are looking for specifically now for anything associated to where this demon came from. And you can see in the spell the way that it's written and the way it's tied together. This relationship is actually for life. Ingri will stay with Farkas as long as Farkas wants Ingri to be there. You also notice that Ingri comes from a demon realm of fire. So whether that's associated to the realm of ash that you found for Ashling's patron or not, or whether this is a competitor, you're not entirely certain, but they are not from the same place that you have researched today.
Okay.
What have you got? So, Farkas asked you a few questions about what happened on the island. They are deeply interested. They love to hear your story. They're also they gasp in the right places. They sympathise. They're so much more alive than when you last saw them. So much more together, and they're actually. It's very hard to place this pleasant, upstanding, interested person with the frightened, barely holding it together human that you met before.
I think Rock is just every now and then sort of probably gets caught sort of staring a little too hard at him, trying to figure out why he's so different.
You're thinking, okay. Just kind of no. If I've got cake crumbs on my face. I'm terrible.
No, it's fine. You're fine. You're just you seem much more nice.
I am. I think I'm trying to be every day. Just trying. I think that's all anyone can do, right? Just try and be better than they were yesterday.
Yeah, totally, yes. Just not, no sort of
no
death culty stuff.
No more death cult. And to be fair, I haven't even seen that God's damned rabbit since then either. So hopefully he's disappeared and left the island entirely.
Well, one can but hope. But yes, I mean, you definitely seem sort of happier and less sort of murderous and stuff. Which is nice.
I occasionally see Garrick and Mir as well.
Please do send them our love. I haven't seen them for a long time.
Mir has better control over their abilities. They understand who they are a little more. And they seem happier too.
Well, that's good, considering.
I was deeply worried. I thought that they would never recover, but they seem to bounce back beautifully, and I have no place to say it, but I feel like I am proud of who they are, even if they had to go through something horrific created by me to get there.
Well, yes, it was rather horrific. But anyway, what's in the past is in the past, I guess.
Yes, but never to be forgotten.
Oh, no, we won't. I mean, no, we shouldn't.
I understand, Rock, and I know this is all probably very weird and a little uncomfortable, and I really do thank both.
No, it's fine. I mean, it's not. It's a little awkward to sit on, but it's not uncomfortable. It's
and I think we could, there's a help me look to Eugene for a second, and then just
maybe just a cushion.
I'll take that into advisement. Yes, I'll make sure that next time we have an extra cushion for Rock, because you more than deserve it, frankly.
That's very well put. Yes, Eugene. How is your tea?
Yes, quite enlightening.
If you have everything you need, please. But if you need anything else, please just pop past. And I'm here most days. 2 days a week I work up with the City Watch. Sergeant Grimm has got me helping out with investigation.
Oh my God! If he says he's working at the soup kitchen, I am going to fireball him because I don't believe him.
Part of my duty is to help catch other cult members that might be operating out of the.
Well, that must be awkward if you've run into old friends.
Oh no! I think you killed most of my old circle, or they were already dead. So
I mean, they did kind of attack us, and it was a bit of a
self-defense. To be fair.
Well, this has been pleasant.
Remember when you said you were going to let me do the talking?
Well, for God's sake, say something.
Again, this is what happens when you go without Aisling.
So, I think you kind of spend some more time with Farkas, you get some more information. A couple of times, Ingrid tries to offer you information that's completely useless, and tries to take money for it. And Farkas just keeps apologising for him. It's just very much like, hey, so do you want to know about old lady Mother? She keeps her cookies on the top shelf. And I'm so sorry. For some reason he's got this idea that he can be an information broker.
Oh, I can't
yeah, I
imagine
wonder where he got that idea from.
So
that's preposterous.
You pass a couple of awkward but pleasant hours before you kind of decide.
A couple of hours?
Well, before you.
Rock's butt is asleep.
Oh my God! Yeah, Rock has to walk away with a limp because his arm is so. Anyway,
before you head back to the mansion, and I think as you do, you kind of approach roughly about the same time. Aisling is coming back as well, also looking happy and probably full of cheese. And standing on the front step of the mansion is a messenger in the Adventurers Guild regalia. A young, like a boy in his sort of like mid-teens. Obviously his weekend job. Oh, there you are. I knocked. But they said you weren't home, and they weren't going to let me in because they didn't know who I was or what I wanted.
Well, who are you and what do you want?
Sorry about that.
Dietry sent me. He said that. I've been here a while. He said that this, and he kind of pulls out his package. Came to the Adventurers Guild for you three. And he said that it came. And was expressly told to be put directly into your hands and not left with anybody. So, and you see this quite robust package, kind of like a cask, with two letters attached to it. One of which is addressed to all three of you, and one of which is addressed to Rock. So, do you want to open the letters? And he kind of passes it over and lets you go in. It kind of holds out his hand for a second, hopeful for a couple of silver or something.
Yeah, I will definitely give him a couple of silver. And then I will
Thank you.
really sort of annoyingly also pat him on the head.
I'm going to give him a bit of that mad toffee that we bought.
Thank you. And I think he kind of like starts stepping down. He puts it in his mouth without thinking about it. And then you can see this realization as he kind of goes.
Aisling finds that hilarious.
Aisling. He now has to make his way back with that noise in his head. Also,
I
he
did
can't
it with
hear.
these glasses on. That's why it took me 2 hours.
Yes, that all tracks. Right. Whose parcel is this from? I mean, who's it from? For who? I don't understand.
There are 2 letters, and the parcel is probably for all 3 of you.
Yeah. Well,
Should we take it inside and have a look?
probably, yes. We are standing on the doorstep. I'm going to very dramatically make a sort of flourishing gesture and place my thumb on the magic thumbprint reader.
And it opens and swings in. You can go inside.
I'm just going to very quietly say to these 2 as we go in, never get tired of that.
So I'm going to open it up in Roll20 for you.
Oui.
And just bear with me 1 second. I will also skip over. There we go. And so you guys probably won't be able to read this at home because it's a bit small. This is more for everybody else. Can you read that okay?
I can.
Yeah. Ooh.
Just about if I zoom in.
Okay, cool. Cool. So, would one of you like to read this lovely letter from a dear friend?
Shall I
can
read
do
it?
Yeah.
Or Aisling, you do it?
Okay. It says, "My dear friends, I hope
Wait,
you
can
enjoyed
Aisling
the
read?
Aisling can read. Aisling can read.
She can read all languages.
Yeah, I can read all languages ever.
Yeah, what can you read, Eugene?
Crazy.
And whilst I'm thinking
Wait a
about it,
minute.
Wayne, if you reach under your mat on the your left-hand side, you'll find that there is it left? The other left. There is a
I have a letter.
as well.
Got a real letter.
I have a real letter.
So whilst he reads that, Aisling, if you would do us the absolutely.
That was definitely Theo that said that, not Eugene. Eugene
real
would
quick.
never. Eugene would never.
Okay. My dear friends, I hope you enjoyed the festivities and celebrations after we managed to save Veshrin and the island from that terrible being. I'm sad I could not stay longer and have a drink with you all, but an Empire ship in Cloud's Cairn airspace for too long would cause, let's say, issues. At this point, I think Aisling is starting to realise who this is from, and she's getting very excited. On that note, let me apologise for lying, Scratch, betraying your trust, Scratch, not telling you the whole truth about who I am. Everything you know about me is true, apart from the fact that I am from the Empire, not Cloud's Cairn. I am a member of the Ossers?
Ossiers Drakes.
Ossiers Drakes. We are a mercenary company that takes on jobs outside of the traditional Imperial Edict. In this case, we were tasked with simply checking out this mysterious island that appeared. You were also doing this, correct? So I figured I'd tag along, and we may as well both get the information we needed. But not everyone takes kindly to us Empire lot, so I kept it quiet. I want all 3 of you to know that I'm actually quite fond of you all. And although the imminent danger wasn't great, I really enjoyed my time with you all, and I miss you all greatly. I have sent along some gifts I asked an artificer friend to make for you. He's truly brilliant, but also a little quirky. So I'll let you work out what each one does. Aisling, I don't think I have made a friend quite as quickly as I have with you. Your heart is pure and you radiate nothing but warmth whenever anyone is within your presence. You shine so brightly you could illuminate any room. So promise me you won't let that friend of yours, as powerful as he may be, dim your light. Oh my goodness, so sweet. Eugene, I meet many clever people in my line of work, but their knowledge often makes them cowardly and selfish. You are anything but this. You are brave and have the making of greatness in you. Do not think you have to be one or the other, though. Being brave but clever is a balance you must conquer so you do not die unnecessarily or run from the fight.
Full jump of a dragon.
Rock, I fear you may never forgive me. I know your trust and loyalty does not come easy, but you gave it to me freely and I betrayed that. I'm sorry. I see the way you care about your friends who are cautious and careful. You are cautious and careful. But also you are supportive and kind. They look up to you and you guide them well. I don't think you like or want the responsibility that comes with being in a position like this. But the truth is, you're good at it. You can't run from that forever. Hit me up if you ever need a friend in the Empire. Always your friend, if you'll have me, Skier.
And a huge thank you to Feline Trickster, who of course played Skier through the last couple of months, for sorting this all out behind the scenes with me. So I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Michelle.
That was so lovely.
Wayne, it's entirely up to you if you want to read out your letter or not. It is private to Rock, but it's up to him.
No, I won't read it out.
Fair enough. So inside the cask are there are 3 items, each of which is assigned has a label on it for one person. The first one is a very ornate looking signet ring with a huge emerald set in it and wings coming away from it, and around it is a label that says Eugene. This is Gadlock's signet of sky stepping.
Oh God!
This yellow gold ring with a hefty green gem set in it and impractical wings poking out from the top. This ring has 3 charges in it and regains 1 charge each morning at dawn. As a reaction, you can expend charges from the ring to perform one of the following actions. 1 charge. When you use your movement speed to jump, you may then immediately take a second jump at the same length or height straight afterwards.
Double jump! You've got double jump!
To those looking, it seems as if
really...
you found an invisible step. It would have been very useful. 2 charges. You can cast the Featherfall spell. 3 charges. You can cast the Fly spell on yourself, but only as a reaction. This can only be cast. This does not count towards any other spells that you have cast in the round.
That's so cool. That's so
cool.
Thanks, Michelle.
If you expend all the charges on the ring, its wings fold up in a dramatic fashion, huffing, and you cannot use it for 2 weeks until it returns. When it returns,
it's got some rock energy. It has rock energy.
So basically, you can only use the Fly once, and then it needs 2 weeks to recharge.
That is not an encouragement, Eugene.
Second is a beautiful silver and platinum hip flask with a dragon etched along the outer edge, curling into a tail. This is Gadlock's hip flask of glibness, a small and elegantly decorated flask designed to fit into a doublet or jacket pocket. The flask contains a fluid that takes on all the properties of alcohol, smell, taste, and viscosity, with the exception of actually making the person drunk. By using the phrase "Gadlock, tickle me with a tipple of," and naming a drink of your choice, you can change what that beverage the liquid in the flask seems to be. In addition, once per day, you may imbibe the fluid and say the phrase, "I hope that's fire in my belly," and gain advantage on all checks against fear for 1 minute.
Cool.
That's very cool.
And finally,
who's that for?
That's for you.
For me?
Yeah.
Cool.
Finally, for Aisling, is Gadlock's bed in a bag. This small pack looks like a leather pouch until you turn it inside out. When this happens, it transforms into a comfortable king-size bed that can sleep up to 4 people comfortably. If you complete a long rest in this bed, you awake especially refreshed. You start the day with a 1d6, which you may use once and add to the number rolled on an ability check, saving throw, or an attack roll. If it's not used, the dice disappears the next time you take a long rest.
That's so good.
Cool.
Can Charlie have one too? Michelle, send one to Charlie.
Oh dear. Thank you, Skeeter.
Yeah, thank you so much for Michelle.
Actually, I think Rock very begrudgingly kind of doesn't say anything, but he doesn't want to colour anything that his friends are excited about, so he will just not say anything, and he's not going to be negative or anything, but he's just going to be quiet.
And I think there was an air of excitement there as you guys kind of get into that and enjoy your presence. I think that's a good place for us to leave it today. Thank you so much for staying with us. We've overrun by quite a bit today. But
We got excited.
But it was
this
a
one was
really
so
good
fun.
episode. And
Did 2 hours of shopping.
And I really wanted to get to those magical items because I just thought it was such a wholesome way to end.
And the letter was so cool.
The letter was so lovely. Aisling definitely had like teary face as she got to that. 100%.
Yeah, I can imagine. I imagine even Rock, brushed some dust from an eye.
No.
We'll see. So I guess I better wrap up the stream then, hadn't I? Seems a shame. As I said, we are dark next week. We're having a much needed week off. Just going to catch a break and refresh our batteries a little bit. But we will be back the following week, the first weekend of April, which is the 3rd of April, at the same time, 6:30, 3 p.m. That will be BST then.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's another reason for taking
time changes.
An hour's sleep. Wild Beyond the Witchlight will be back on the 29th of March as normal. Come and join us at 11 p.m. As we kind of do a bit more weirdness and wonder. Our wonderful friends at Wicked Game have got the Divisia Census game carrying on this Wednesday at 7 p.m. If you are looking for some magic school shenanigans, they are your people at the moment. It is a lot of fun with some amazing characters, and we're really loving it. Also, our friends at Dice and a Slice are carrying on with their crossover with Wicked Game, which they are releasing on a regular basis. But I highly recommend that you check out their Twitter at the moment, because if you are working in the TTRPG space in any way, shape or form, they want to hear from you, because they are doing a huge collaboration to celebrate the start of their 2nd season. Go and check it out. They're looking for some people to kind of just create some wonderful NPCs to kind of help populate their world, and you could be included on the 1st episode of 2nd season. I think I've covered everything for the minute. Yes. Charlie, would you please like to tell people where they can find you and what you're up to?
You can find all my stuff at charlievince.com. My Charlie spelled without an E. And that's got my portfolio, my shop. It's got all my social media links on there. All those sorts of bits and bobs. Nothing particularly of note happening anytime soon, apart from just keep an eye on my socials and things, because I've got some exciting book projects and stuff on the go, so I'll be updating folks on that soon. And thanks to everyone who came along today for joining us for Epic Shop Fest episode, because it was so much fun. Chris, thank you for making it so awesome.
It's my absolute pleasure. It really is. I say shopping episodes can go one of two ways, and I always try and make it a little whimsical and fun if we can.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Wayne, would you like to say next?
Sure. Hi, I am Wayne. You can find me pretty much all over where the socials are as WayneFic01. My website, waynefic.com. I will be back on the 29th of March with the next episode with these lovely people of the Wild Beyond the Witchlight. So please do come and join us. We will be starting at 6:30 BST.
By that time, yeah.
6:30 UK time. So please come and join us if you haven't joined us for that. It is as much fun and chaos as this is just set in the Feywild. Otherwise, please feel free to visit me on my website or on my socials and say hi. And I just wanted to personally say a thank you to all of our friends who support us, and thank you to everyone for being here. And say, please, if you do enjoy this, please let people know, because we are thrilled to be building a really lovely community of people who enjoy the same kind of nerdy crap as we do.
Perfect. Eugene, my left Theo. They are interchangeable. I'm sorry about that.
Sorry.
Every week.
I've done really well today, and it would have been
Every
right
week.
now. Yeah.
Yep.
You can find me on the internet at theoblueillustration.com. There's links to Twitter and Instagram and stuff there if you want to see more of my work. And you can find me in real life if you will wish to. If you're in Birmingham next weekend, it is MegaCon at the Birmingham NEC on Saturday and Sunday. And I will be there with a table of things that I have made. So if you want to come say hi and buy some stuff, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, mostly just come say hi, because that's one of my favorite things about conventions, is just meeting people and talking about D&D. And yeah, please come let me draw your D&D characters and tell me about them, because that's the best bit.
And your outfits when you're doing stalls and stuff are choice.
Always
Just
amazing.
saying.
They are amazing. Yay! Awesome. I have been Chris Mepham. You can find me. Well, you can find everything I'm up to using the updated chrismepham.com/links, which will take you through and give you where you can find me on Instagram, Twitter, and also direct links to my commission slots, which are still open if anyone is interested. I still have a couple of slots available. These artworks here are Charlie's, but if you want to see mine, come back on the 29th. You can see them for Wild Beyond the Witchlight. We will be back first weekend of April. Very much looking forward to that. We love you all to pieces. We really do appreciate the time you spend with us. We love telling these stories for you.
Hi, Mum. Love you, Mum.
Oh, yes.
Hi, Charlie's mum.
Hi, Charlie's mum.
Hi, Charlie's mum.
Hi, Colleen's mum.
We love having you with us. We love doing this for you all, for ourselves, to be fair. Take care of yourself. We know it's rough out there at the moment. Just make sure you're giving each other love and time in space. We will see you very soon.
Goodbye.